So now we go live. You're live. Yay! Hello. Okay, cool. So let me now start it, right? I'm starting the stream today the first time in my life, so there will be a little bit messy. Woo! I get it. Thanks for Nancy. Okay, welcome everyone. For those who somehow watch right now YouTube stream, make sure if you're registered for events, jump into the Jitsi meeting. And the link for Jitsi meeting you can easily find in a meetup to join the event, just to make sure that you're in the right place and you're not waiting for us patiently on YouTube. So that's just a small clarification. Yeah, so welcome everyone. Today we are happy to present this, to be a part of this Global AI Bootcamp. It's a huge experiment for us because we never had a stream and at the same time managing the meeting in a Jitsi, in an open source software. Mm-hmm. So we're really curious for the results. So Nancy, would you like to make a short introduction?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another PyLadies session. We are on a mission, let me see if I memorized it, to promote diversity and inclusion in technology. And for this purpose, we make workshops and sessions such as this one today. We are right now headquartered at Aliona's home.
At Amsterdam.
She was so kind to let me come on this Saturday for 4 hours. So it was funner than being at home. So thank you for joining. We will begin. So good luck. If there's any questions, please ask them on Jitsi, remember, please.
Yeah. Okay, so before we start, I would give you some short rules. So as I mentioned, we broadcasted everything to YouTube. So if you want to make a break, whatever, feel free to do. If you have any questions, feel free to unmute yourself and ask. Just remember that, for example, if you want to go somewhere to drink a cup of water and if you keep your mic and camera on, it's okay. But if there are no, I don't know, like sounds of drilling neighbors or something that interfere.
Into another type of
session. Yes, exactly. So as I mentioned, like we want to have an interactive session today. So a brief outline what we're going to do. We start with a keynote because we today celebrating the part of a global AI bootcamp that happens simultaneously, literally all over the world. So hurrah for this. After that, we move to the instructional part of the setup. And that's all the questions regarding Azure passes, how to start, where to start will be answered. So for now, let me share my screen and we start with the keynote. Okay, so I'm going for screen sharing.
We're watching the whole keynote, right?
Yep. So because we part of this global AI bootcamp and the people involved in this has a message to all of us. So let me pick up the correct screen and we will go. And just let me know whether everything is visible.
Hey everyone, my name is Sami and I'm an AI MVP based in Belgium.
Hi, my name is Sjoukje and I'm an RD and an Azure MVP based in the Netherlands. And today we want to welcome you to the Global AI Bootcamp 2022. And this is the 4th year that this event has been organized globally. Our mission is to connect AI communities across the world to share ideas and content with each other. Thank you so much for joining us on this mission. The Global AI Bootcamp is organized by many different communities across the globe. And therefore, we want to thank each of them for all their hard work and passion as community leaders.
Today, we are all together virtually or physically to get inspired by the latest AI technologies and trends. This might be by a workshop, talks, or hands-on labs that your community leader has prepared for you. Today is all about learning new things about AI and sharing knowledge with each other. We hope that you can apply this in your work, in your community, and even in your daily life. Now, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in the AI space. So we would like to invite our friends from Microsoft to go over some of these interesting topics.
Hi everyone, welcome to this Global AI Keynote. My name's Amy Boyd and I'm a Senior Cloud Advocate here at Microsoft. I am a white female with long wavy blonde hair, and today I am wearing a black top with colourful spots on it, which sounds very exciting when I describe it like that. It's not quite as exciting in real life. So it's so great to take part in the Global AI community and the Bootcamp initiative in January. Thank you so much to all the organisers for having us along to speak about AI and accessibility. We're really excited for what we've got in store, and so without further ado, let's get started. I'd like to introduce Sakib, who is our expert for today around the focus of AI and accessibility. Hi Sakib, how are you doing?
Hi Amy, thank you so much for having me. I'm doing great. I guess my description of myself is I'm a middle-aged British Asian male with short black hair wearing a blue shirt.
Wonderful, thank you for sharing that with us. Sakib, me and you used to work together way back when. Oh my goodness, feels so long ago now. I was an intern. You introduced me, you made me feel very, very at home in the Microsoft Bing team over here in the UK. And I had a wonderful year on my internship, so thank you so much for that. It's great to be working with you again. I know you, I know what you've been up to and have been watching along, but for those who don't, can you tell us who you are and what you do at Microsoft?
Yeah, those are fun days for sure. So I'm Sakib Sheikh, and I lead a team of engineers here at Microsoft working on solutions to empower people with disabilities to do even more, powered by emerging technologies like AI and AR. And in particular, we make the Seeing AI app, which maybe we'll get into later on.
Yes, no, I'm sure we will, but drop that in there to keep people watching, which is great. When me and Hank host a show actually called the A Bit of AI Show, and something we do in there is called the Quick Fire Questions round. It's very exciting, and I'm quite excited to do a shorter version with you so that our amazing Global AI community watchers can get to know you a little bit better. So are you ready for a few quick fire questions?
Okay, let's give this a go.
Wonderful. Okay, so what was your first programming language?
BBC Basic.
Oh, wonderful. That's what we like to hear. What was the programming language you last used on the project?
C# and Python.
Interesting. Two popular choices. And our third question is, what was your first computer?
Yeah, that was a old Toshiba laptop many years ago now.
Oh, very nice, a good one to shout out. I was going to say, I think, yeah, I went from I could only remember what operating system my first computer was. So no, very good for even getting on brand there with a brand name. Thank you for sharing. So there are a couple of our quick fire questions to get people to just know who you are, your background, you're incredibly technical. On that first computer, I wanted to ask you a little bit if we could dig into what were some of the accessibility features you were able to use then, and kind of how have things moved on a little bit now?
I think in many ways the fundamentals have stayed the same. As someone who's blind, I use a screen reader, which is a piece of software which runs in the background, and it looks at what's going on the screen, hooking into different APIs, and speaking out loud using text-to-speech. And that, in many ways, was the same decades ago, and that is still the fundamental today.
Oh, I love it. It's so interesting, isn't it? Because actually, like you said, if there is this, fundamentals, and then I'm assuming everything just makes everything slightly easier. I guess it's like that for any tech, though, isn't it? Everything just gets better and better and better, hopefully, in most cases. Following on from that, I was wondering, can you share your perspective on why it's important for our audience to make things accessible? A lot of people in our audience are building different things, and I'd love to hear it from your perspective.
So you say accessible, and disability. So if you want to include everyone, then actually, there's a whole lot of people with different needs. And how do you meet everyone's needs? And so the interesting thing about this is it's even bigger than that, because there are people with permanent disabilities, sure, but then also situational disabilities like having the sun in your eyes or a loud noise in your ears, and temporary disabilities like, just breaking an arm for a while. So you want to be inclusive of everyone. So how do you do this? The big way is to be conscious of who are you excluding. And if you know who you're excluding, then just think about how can you include those people. And if you can find one or two examples of people you're helping, make sure you laser focus. We often say design for one, solve for everyone. And so, you focus on that and you will include everyone, and you'll be able to make way better solutions as a result. So accessible, inclusive, definitely.
That is such a good highlight. Thank you, Saki, for sharing as well and breaking it down, because you're right. Like, you think, 1 billion people, oh my goodness, that's a lot of people. But then you've really broke it down into a few categories there for people to consider, which should, make it a little easier for people to go, okay, yeah, who am I excluding and how do I solve for that problem? Really, really like that approach. Thank you for sharing. One of the other questions kind of looped in the AI element, because I know you're very passionate about AI and accessibility, are two key topics here, and bringing them together. What tools and services are making the biggest impact in the AI and accessibility space? Probably thinking from the bigger picture.
Yeah, so deep learning, as I'm sure the audience knows, is really improving every year, faster and faster, more and more. And if you think about people, I was going to say people with disabilities, but technology can really close that gap. So it's less about disability and more about, have you got the right tools to close your gap? Like for people who are blind, we now have computer vision tech that can recognize what's in images. And that's what our Seeing AI project is about. For people who are hard of hearing, we've got tech which is getting better each year at understanding, taking a stream of audio and understanding individual sounds and being able to alert on that. Or for someone who can't speak, we've got custom neural voices. So people are working on banking your voice while you are still able to speak. And for people with neurodiversity, then there are ways to transform information into a way that is inclusive for you. And the list goes on and on and on. But it's this idea that, okay, we can use AI to figure out how are we going to present this information that is inclusive of everyone and our individual needs.
Oh my goodness, and you really rattled through there a whole set of AI technologies that have really come on leaps and bounds as well in the last few years. Computer vision, translation, text-to-speech, the neural voice stuff. It's phenomenal in some sense, isn't it? What we can do with some of these technologies. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Seeing AI project? You touched on it a little bit there. Can you give us a sort of overview for those that don't know about it and actually maybe where they can go and find it?
Quickly, always happy to plug. So it's called Seeing AI, and you can get that from the App Store, or so go to seeingai.com. But this is a talking camera app. So for someone who's blind, you can just point your phone at something, select the channel, which lets you know what task you're interested in, and it will read things to you, recognize the people around you, and describe objects, and so much more. Let you relive your memories in your photo gallery, or even recognize photos from other apps. And yeah, it's a really popular app amongst people who are blind. But we're always looking at it's like a conversation with the blind community. How do we understand the needs, find the latest technology from our scientists at Microsoft, and bring those two things together? So some of the recent work we've done was in augmented reality. So when the very latest iPhones had LiDAR scanners, we realized that now you can actually not only use computer vision to recognize what's in front of you, but know how far away it is and build up this 3D model of the world that persists over time. And we can use spatial audio to hear where things are in the 3D space. So you'll hear the word chair coming from the chair. Or you could place a persistent audio beacon on the door. So it's like a virtual sound that comes from the door, and as you move around, you can hear that sound in 3D space. So these are just some of the cool new experiments my teams were working on. And yeah, there's so much more. Go and check it out.
Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. Love the idea, yeah, of the AR kind of space, and the chair, like telling you it's a chair, is genius. Interestingly, I think the first time I tried on a HoloLens, I tried like the space experience, is it? And the directed sound that they had is really, really interesting, because like you could like lean one way towards the sun or something like that, and you could like hear it crackling because it's obviously so hot. And I was just mind blown in some senses. So really impressive to see what we can do, not just with AI as a cutting edge technology, also with AR, with augmented reality, and stuff like that. So yeah, really, really exciting stuff. Oh, we'll have to catch up with you every year and see what your team is doing, so that we're the most up to date. But yeah, go to cnai.com to find that, or go to the App Store. So okay, before I let you go, we've got another couple of quick questions for you. I'm a big AI fan, but sometimes we know that AI doesn't always help, and so I wanted to ask you a very sort of blunt question, if I can. Has AI helped with accessibility in recent years?
Absolutely. There is no doubt that it's really revolutionized what is possible, but it's always worth understanding that AI is just a tool. So are the image descriptions that AI can generate, are they 100% accurate all the time? No way. And sometimes I'm frustrated how slow the progress is, even though it's incredibly fast. And so sometimes people seeing AI and they're like, wow, you can just get an accurate description of everything anytime. And that is the vision, that's the goal. But it's worth knowing these are tools. And I think of this as we should make AI tools which help humans make better decisions. Because at the end of the day, let's keep people in the driving seat. And as the tools get better, you'll get better awareness, better knowledge, but yeah, humans first.
Oh, it's such a good point. And actually, interestingly, me and Hank always talk a lot in our show about the end-to-end of AI is so important. And as you said, like, how is it helping to solve a problem, make things easier, make things more efficient, is the center of everything that we do almost in technology, isn't it? How do we make things better? So I really enjoy that perspective that you shared there. Kind of focus not just on the tool, not just what the tool delivers, but also what's the experience for the person who's using it and what decisions can they make from it. That's really good stuff. Wonderful. Well, to wrap up, unfortunately, we only have a short amount of time with you. As I said, we'll have to have you back. We'll have to have a catch up in the near future again. For all those AI experts, engineers, enthusiasts that are watching us here at the Global AI Keynote, what's the one thing you would suggest they do next to either learn more about this space or take action?
I would say solve meaningful problems. So find a problem you're passionate about. But then, this is the important part, find someone facing that problem, whether it's someone with a disability or someone who is, I don't know, accountant, lawyer, doctor, whatever your field is. Find someone who needs your tool and then work with them really closely to see how does AI work for them, how do solutions empower them to do more. So I always say that when someone with a problem and someone with the ability to create come together, that's when you get magical solutions out the other end. So go do your stuff, and I can't wait to see what you put into the world.
Wow, what a wonderful way to end this keynote for the Global AI community. Sakib, I just want to say a massive thank you for joining us and spending some time chatting to us about your insights, your perspectives, and your expertise in this space. We really, really appreciate it. And so with that, I'll hand it back to the amazing Global AI community organisers.
Thank you so much, Amy and Sakib, for this great interview about AI and accessibility. Accessibility is not just something small that we can push to the end of our backlog. Now let us investigate how we can help everyone by making intelligent AI applications.
Today, you can look forward to a great schedule that has been set up by your local community. So with no further ado, we again want to welcome you to the Global AI Bootcamp 2022. We hope you enjoy this day, learn lots of new things, and connect with each other. And of course, we hope to see you again at our next Global AI event as well. Enjoy the event.
Okay, I'm up. Okay, everyone, let me open the most important page and we move to our rules part. And in between, gonna ask Nancy to check. There are some. It looks like there are some people who are still in the YouTube stream. So just to grab these people and to pull these people back to us, please. While I'm opening and sharing the most important information with you. Okay. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just opening our PyLadies GitHub. And from there, we move with some basic rules. Okay, let me open it. It's another window. Okay. Let me put it here. Until you're waiting when we set up the rest of the things, there is in a Jitsi, there is an option to raise your hand. So I'm really curious for those who are right now in the meeting, could those of you raise the hand who already has any Azure related experience? Okay, we have at least 1, 2, 3. Okay, I want to see more. 4, cool. Okay, let's check. So for those who just join us, the question is, please raise your hand if you already has an Azure experience. So let's check. Okay, cool. The next question, probably the people who already answered will be still included. From those who are in this meeting, do any of you have any other experience with other type of clouds, AWS, Google Clouds, except Azure? Okay. So I would rather say we have like a mix of people who used to do anything in the clouds and some people who didn't have this experience. Okay, so we're all here to learn. Don't worry about it. And the next question that's really, really important for any further steps is exactly raise the hand those who has its own Azure subscription. Its own. Okay, so what I can understand that the rest of people doesn't have. Okay, so now I will be given a set of instructions, and the set of instructions is a little bit different for those who has Azure subscription and for those who don't. Because we have only 2 people who already has its own Azure subscription, I will gladly point you to the things that you can follow. For the rest of the people, I will gonna share with you another set of instructions. And these instructions will be about how to get your Azure Pass. And after you get an Azure Pass, how to set up the environment and be ready for the workshop. As soon as all installations will be finalized, we'll move to the next step. And next step will be to pick one of the 4 workshops and start working on the workshop. So there I will provide more information about the content of the workshop to help you choose. So for now, first I will start with those who already has an Azure subscription. If you can open, I will open it as well and share it on the screen with you. 1 second. that's the disadvantage when you have a lot of screens. You need to pick up the right screens. I will open in the instruction and I will plug the link to the instruction as well here in Jitsi. So you can just click on it and continue to work. Okay, share it on the screen with you. 1 second. That's the disadvantage when you have a lot of screens.
You hear someone in the
Yeah. Oh, there are some people who are probably moving from the stream to back, and that's why they see in the stream, and that's where the sounds come from.
Yeah.
For those who just join us, we are preparing a set of instructions to follow, and we start with those who doesn't have we start with those who has an Azure subscription, and then we move to the people who doesn't have an Azure subscription. So stay with us, and the instructions will follow. Great. On the stream to back, and that's why they see in the stream, and that's where the sounds come from. For those who just join us, let me go back. Okay. Okay, so what I'm putting on the screen right now, it's for the majority of you well-known GitHub. I will share the link to our event right now in the Jitsi chat, so you can click on it. It's applicable for all of you, but then there will be just 2 different links, one link for people with subscription and another link for those who doesn't. Okay, so I just shared the link. This is the link for our GitHub repository. We start with this repository. And first, people who already has its own Azure subscription could continue to the following place. Let me grab the mouse back. Okay, so here, if you scroll to the end, there is a usage part. And this usage part have 2 options. If you have your own Azure subscription, start here, and there is a link. And if you don't have your own Azure subscription, start here. So what I want to ask all of you, please open our GitHub repository. The link is just shared in Jitsi chat. And in this link, scroll down to the usage part. Those who already has an Azure subscription, click on, yes, I have my own Azure subscription. And you can start with setting up your development environment. If you will get any questions, we'll get back to you soon. And all those who do not have, please click on the link. If you don't have own Azure subscription, start here. So please follow these instructions right now. There are 2 links, with subscription and without subscription. Who has Azure subscription can starting with setting up the environment as it's set in instructions. And those who doesn't have Azure subscription, click on the link. So I will follow in a way with the people who doesn't have Azure subscription on the screen right now. And also what I noticed, probably my screen is too small, so I will make it a little bit bigger to make it more readable for you. Yeah, sure. Okay, so now probably it's better visible. I would go with people who doesn't have own Azure subscription. So here you have a set of instructions that you need to follow. We will help you with the step number 5. Step from 1 to 4, this is your own responsibility. And step number 5 requires an event code. This event code I will be sharing right now in the Jitsi chat. So stay with us, and I'm sharing the event link. So I'm repeating the instruction. Those people who doesn't have an Azure subscription need to follow this path. The path consists of 6 steps. Steps 1 to 4 you do on your own. Step number 5 require an event code. So event code was just shared in the Jitsi chat.
Maybe I will follow the steps just in case.
Yeah, sure. Oh, wait a second. Let's check. It says we're out of Azure process. Let's just double check. So that's happened. Let's also double check. So that's happened when you exactly go below. Let's check. There is a question from somebody. How long does it take for the deployment to be created in the resource group? Mine till in progress 5 minutes already. Yeah, it's a good question. Sometimes it could be really, really fast. Sometimes it could take a little bit longer. Let's check. Checking.
Oh, that's the cookies.
Okay. We're checking with the Azure passes as well right now.
I got emails.
Okay. So I just want to clarify those of you who said
I haven't used the code.
Hmm?
I think now I get to use the code. I haven't given the code yet.
Okay, let's check. Let's check. We are checking the instructions right now and verifying it.
Okay.
Okay, so you have event code in the Jitsi. We're just going step by step and checking. It goes here. Oh, no. It was, yeah. Other all cookies. I'm just wondering for those who tried out. So I got said that, of course, there's a question: is it possible to use Azure free accounts? Of course, if it's possible, use it. So far, I see 3 people has out of Azure passes. Correct? Or there are more people who has this, who get this message. Okay, sorry, we're out of Azure passes. Me as well. Okay. Fixing it. Could you make a screenshot, please?
Sure.
Made a screenshot of it and just attach it to. Yeah. Yeah, there's a good tip from Boris. So if you don't use Azure before, you can sign up for a free Azure trial. That is going to work only in case if you're doing it, let's say the first time. But if you some time ago for this specific email requested, it's not going to work. But we right now fixing this and checking out with the global AI community what's exactly happening with the code for the passes. Okay. So don't be disappointed anyway. We will find a solution for it.
Yes, please be patient. We'll come back.
Yes. Just send it to, just send it this to me. Yes, thanks. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Going back to PyLadies. Okay. Okay, could raise your hands those who are waiting for buses and who is right now trying to get the free okay, let's separate the questions, otherwise too much questions.
Maybe we have different reactions, but then we have to count them or something.
Yeah, wait a second. Yeah, let's check. And those who are in the stream, just move them from stream to the. Okay. No, this would because another will give a date request from code today. Okay. So we are getting back. Thanks. I think faster will go to the Slack. Let me check. I will go mute myself for a pair of seconds for a short call, and then I get back to you to see how we could speed up the process. And for those who managed to get the free subscription, you can continue with an installation, and we get back to you. Okay, we have a good news in the sense that we get some reactions. So right now, Global AI community help us with this and working on this. There's a question, I have a student subscription, is it not for this workshop? I would say it depends on the workshop that you're going to choose. So in this case, we're going to help you with the choice of the workshop, Leticia, if I pronounce your name correctly.
Leticia.
Okay. Yeah, we have the Spanish speaking person. Cool. Let me just show. Don't see. Okay, I will mute us for a few seconds back because we need to have the second phone call to fix the passes for you. Okay, stay with us. For those who are waiting still for passes to be fixed, what we can do, for now, I can a little bit explain about the workshop. So when the situation with the passes will be fixed, you will know what to choose. And those who are right now is busy with installations, also please here to us, right? Okay. So just to clarify that I'm sharing the correct screen. Yes, getting back to it. So we have 4 workshops. These different workshops has, let's say, different tasks that should be done. And each of the workshop requires different pre-knowledge of Python. So you have workshop dedicated to cognitive search. It's to show you how your life could be simplified with the usage of pre-made models. So in this case, there is a way to use pre-trained model pre-trained by Microsoft to build a so-called search index. Another workshop is about how to compose your own bot. This is also part of the pre-made and pre-trained services and models for you. So for example, if you want to try out and look for building things up, this is the right workshop for you. So cognitive search or bot composer, this both involve less Python programming, and they are more getting awareness what you can do with the services that's already available for you. So then we have 2 workshops. They requires more coding experience, more Python experience. One workshop will show you how to use Azure Machine Learning Platform to train and deploy PyTorch model. And workshop number 4 also requires a little bit more programming experience, and it shows you how to create a so-called Azure function that allows you to see what on the pictures. So literally, if you're looking for more coding experience, that's definitely workshop 3 or workshop 4. And if you're looking for less coding experience, it will be workshop 1 or workshop 2. So for those who said, oh, what if I want to use more workshops, what I want to do more workshops, it's free to do it. It's okay if you feel that you are done with one and still have time. Of course, it's up to you to decide which workshop to choose. Okay, so right now we're getting back to fixing the passes for you. So if you have any questions for those who are right now busy with installations, feel free to ask, and we will get back to you really, really soon. Regarding the question of Nutsa, you can actually unmute yourself and start sharing your screen. It's okay. Let's see what's happened.
We can walk through it.
Yeah, we can walk through it, and we're here to help you with any issues that you come across. So feel free to share it. Okay, great to hear that you fixed it. And probably it could be also an issues with cookies, because if you have some cookies blocked, it could be also something that's blocking it. So there are different options. Okay. Anyway, for those who are right now here in this meeting, so if you have any questions, you can type these questions, or you can just unmute yourself, share your screen, and we can walk through, because it will be learning experience for the rest of the participants as well, and also for those who will be watching this event later. So don't be afraid. There is no such such questions as weird questions, for example. Okay, there's a really good question from Wally. It says, what does deploy a dev container is an Azure container instance in the CTF lab to mean? What is a dev container? So when you're developing something, you develop it on your local machine. So whether it's laptop or a personal computer. While we do this installation, we actually connecting to let's say to an Azure sandbox, and in this sandbox we're going to do our development. So literally we're moving the development from our local machine, from using our own local machine CPU, I don't know, probably GPU is available and the rest of it, and we outsourcing it to, let's say, virtual machine on Azure. So instead of using capacity of your own computer, you're going to use the capacity of the specific machine dedicated to you on Azure. Why we're doing this? We want to make sure that you can follow the workshop. It doesn't matter how powerful machine you're using is. So that's why we do these steps. And Marit has the same question as Nutsa. So I think Nutsa is really, really popular today. So Nutsa, we're also curious what you exactly done to make sure that it's working. Nutsa, thanks a lot. Boris, I'm just wondering, do you want to ask something? Because you're muted and we hear some really heavy background noises. Thanks a lot. There is a question, what is use device code? Oh, no problem, Boris, it's okay. The question is, what is use device code? So, wait a second. Nancy, could you answer it and I will...
I'm reading the documentation. It says, if no web browser is available or the web browser fails to open, use device code flow.
Okay, so it's literally like there are two options of logging, and one option is about just using your browser, and if something fails with the browser or cookies or something, then there is an option to redirect it to the device, and that's why we point into this use device code. I'm still the step saying, sorry, we are out Azure passes. Yes, we know, we're still in the process of fixing it. It requires a chain of people to be involved in this. Sorry about that. So we are fixing it still. As soon as we'll be ready, we'll let you immediately know. So we already called everyone who involved in this, people aware about it, and they're just fixing. There are some specific issues with the event codes. They're updating the event code, and as it will be done, I will notify you. And don't worry, I mean, if, for example, there will be some delay, you will still get the possibility to finish the workshop today. So I think it should be working.
We have enough time, so
yes, yeah.
Let's just wait and
exactly
get the passes, so
exactly
find a workaround.
Yeah. So for those who waiting for the passes, let's say take some time, and you can, for now, for example, take a look at the workshop and browse the workshop to see which of the workshop you would like to try to do. Of course, you can choose. I see a question from Leticia Luna, and it's, can I choose any workshop? Of course, it's up to you to decide. I just briefly explain what is in this workshop, and then you will see. Only one thing that I want to say, that workshop 1 and workshop 2 requires less Python skills, and this workshop probably is faster to complete, and the workshop 3 and workshop 4 will take more time. So decide on your own, what do you want to try out. Oh, Marietta, thanks, students. Great, yeah. Okay, so I will mute us for a second for next telephone call about our Azure passes. Stay with us. Cool. Leticia Luna just said, I choose workshop 1 and it seems to work. The status of the resources running. I would say the first round of applause. You already started with the workshop. Great. And we get in back soon because we're really fixing. Oh, you said there's a question for workshop 3 and 4. Could you define more Python skills? And do you need to be a really advanced Python programmer? Can you follow along if you have been using Python for at least 6 months plus? I would say if you're using Python for at least 6 months plus, it will be good to go. So if you got stuck somewhere, you are here actually to get answers for your questions. You don't need to have an advanced level of programming. So all workshops required, let's say, limited sets. But I mentioned that workshop 3 and workshop 4 are involving training of the model. There is a code ready-made for you, so you can just run this code. Sorry, I will I think I have small news. So the Microsoft people and the Global AI Bootcamp people working on the Azure buses right now. So they will update us, and I do hope the next telephone call will bring us more joy. So we'll see. But it's exactly what happens. It always works until it's time to go to production.
Just like a demo. Yep.
Indeed, or like a demo. You preparing it, you do everything, and at the moment's like, ta-da!
This is a feature. This is to make it exciting. It's not a bug.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm just wondering, probably those who managed to pull, who of you right now is busy with installation setup? I mean, not waiting for buses, but busy with dev container setup. Could you raise your hands so we know a little bit? Okay.
I think there's also like requests to speak.
No, that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, great. And who has already started with workshops? Also, you could raise your hands. Okay, cool. Thanks. So they will be updated. And for Boris, is it enough information for you regarding your question, or there are more clarification needed? I see. Thank you. Okay.
Python's view.
No, it's like with 6 months. There are some pieces that probably require more explanation, but you can indeed follow up. I just gonna briefly show. For example, if you go to the, if I, for example, open this train deploy PyTorch model. So if you just click go in the workshop, so it's move you to this hands-on lab. There are definitely specific spaces. So it requires first setup of all information. So you need to have all the things. So it's not related to Python, let's say in this way. Then there is a part of the data that also it's not related to Python. It's just a command line to download the data set.
Maybe you get familiar with PyTorch since it uses a PyTorch model.
But it uses pre-trained. It uses pre-trained models, so it's not you need to to do advanced things. No, just follow on. Yes, and
you say you did want to understand more, then that would be the Python library to understand more.
Yes, indeed. But it should be enough. And anyway, if you get stuck somewhere, we are here. First, we fix the buses, and then the rest will follow. Okay. And also, for example, there are some clarification needed for walkthrough or something. Also, let us know. And I think we can have our coffee time as well, right?
We can do that, take 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, so we just go, let's say, not offline, we just mute ourselves for 5 minutes, still keeping our mobile phone near our ears to make sure that we not miss the really important call that we're going to say everything is fixed, go on. So, yeah. Okay, expected token uline. I get an error when I try to put the subscription ID / syntax error near expected token uline.
Copy paste.
If you copy, it's a copy paste error indeed. So, could you want to explain about it?
It sounds like maybe you copy pasted and you have at the end some extra character.
Sure.
Maybe check what you copy pasted.
Yeah,
I did at first copy pasted it, but later on I typed it, but it says the same thing.
Could you probably show you can share your screen?
Yeah, my camera doesn't work. So
whatever. We don't need your camera to share your screen, right?
No, that doesn't. Okay, then wait.
Or some text or something on the chat.
Yeah.
Then we can help.
Wait, I'll try to. Okay, where can I?
There is a button. It's near. So you have a button for microphone, for camera, and then you have a button to share your screen. I will stop sharing.
Wait
a second. I stopped sharing my screen. So then, we go full screen. Mama.
Do you see? Do you already see it? Oh, sorry, I have a lot of. Wait, let me see. It's this one.
Cool.
Do you see it?
Not yet.
Oh,
Not yet. We're gonna click on you, give you spotlights. Oh, wait, where you was? Wait. Oh, it looks like you're trying to share. Yeah, we see the Visual Studio Code. Okay, cool. So, um, mm, 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 mm.
because it's the ID in here, the 30B.
Yeah, but the thing
etc.
is, why do you have this strange
Oh,
brackets?
yeah.
Could you remove this like this I don't know how you call this. What it is? It's
Oh,
not brackets.
that was in the. Oh, I
Yeah.
have to remove that.
Yeah, you can.
Okay,
You
that's
need to
it.
remove it before and after because it's just a
Okay.
placeholder. So
Oh,
literally
okay.
replace this part with the code. Yeah.
Okay, then
Like a
it's
less
that.
than, greater than.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So
thank
just
you.
remove both of them. I'll just remove it right now, so we will see.
Yeah, but the sharing thing is right on top of that.
Okay, so
You
then
can
just
see
stop
it.
sharing, do it, and if it's worked for you, so then the people know. So when you set your accounts, make sure that you don't use weird characters.
Yeah.
In this case, it's just a placeholder.
Seems
Okay.
the
Yeah,
name
okay.
of the symbol is chevron.
Chevron.
Seems- I
Oh
looked
my
it up.
god. Okay, now we know how we come and how we call it, like left chevron.
Okay, then I
right
will stop sharing now.
chevron. Okay, cool.
Yeah, thanks.
Good.
You know, all these symbols have names.
Of course. Now I know, like because I know like the brackets, I know the quads, ampersand, yes, like pipe, parentheses, yeah, and then chevron. At least I also learned something new today,
I
right?
will try it on Monday, but
Cool. Okay. Then we take a short break for 5 minutes, coffee, water break, whatever, and we will get back to you, mentioning that we're still keeping the phone near to us.
5 minutes,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think 5 minutes is good. And for those who like still just waiting for it, I think what we can do, yeah, just also like take this 5-minute break, then we can get back to it, or just browse for now instructions, so you will see what will be awaiting for you.
Or 10 minutes, we need
Yeah.
how much?
And also what I want to say, just make sure that you have Visual Studio Code installed, and that it's like the how to put it properly. To make sure that the whole installation set working good, we need to make sure that it's the Visual Studio Code, for example, like latest version, and it's not like some extras we build in, otherwise it can get some weird things. So to sum it up, if you don't have Visual Studio Code, you can take a quick look into the installations requirements, and then you can go further. Oh, and I see comment from Mariette, they are disappeared thanks on 2 workshop 1. Yeah, and just like the thing, if you see somewhere in the instructions something in the chevron, so it means that you need to replace chevron with your own piece of data, actually. Okay, we get back to you, I would say 5 minutes. I would say 5 minutes. Okay? Okay, we back, make some cup of delicious coffee and tea. So there's a question. I started workshop 3. Can I use the resource group I created during the setup? Why do you need to create the new one? That's a good question. Let me double check. Normally, you don't need to create the new one. Everything should be in one. So Nutsa, let me check briefly. So let's check workshop 3. Nutsa, I just checked, and the instruction says Azure Machine Learning Workspace must be created inside the resource group. You can use an existing resource group or create a new one. So that's exactly the answer to your question. If you already has a resource group, then you use it. And if don't, then you create a new one. Okay, next question from Boris. I'm not able to get remote access on VC Code after I select Linux. Is anyone else having this problem? It's really interesting. So Boris is right now in the process of set up dev environments. Let us check. Boris, could you probably also give us a little bit more information about it? So you follow the steps, and the steps allow access. You pick up Linux, and after that, what kind of error you got?
Yeah, I keep getting errors that it wasn't able to connect. I can share my screen.
Yeah, please do.
Can you see it?
Yeah, so we're seeing that you say add new SSH host. That's what you do, right? So you already, you need to select the configured.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay.
it's globally.
Mm-hmm.
Select Linux.
What is really strange for me, why it's gonna establish. So what I don't get, there is something that looks wrong, because you need to have an address, and instead of address you have something different. So what I want to understand, wait a second, there is something weird, incorrect before this step, because when you say global AI, then it should be after global AI, and there should be an IP address. But instead of IP address, it's picking up something completely different. So let's check the step before. So the step before installing remote SSH extension, because you didn't copy it IP address. So if you go to Azure subscription right now, so just getting back. So if you get into Azure subscription, you have this dev container. So great. You see, you have IP address and it says public.
Okay,
so
yeah,
you
that
need
is
to
not
copy this. Yes, so you need to copy this. And then when you go to Visual Studio Code, yes, set up SSH right now. Yeah, connected host. Yes. It should be global AI, then it should be happens, yeah, this, and then comes the IP address. Yes. Okay. Then you pick up Linux. You see, and they're like, oh, now it's working. So what's exactly happened? It didn't understand where you want to connect. So actually, what you're doing right now, you're connecting from your local laptop to this virtual machine on Azure. And if you don't provide the right address to connect, it doesn't know how to connect. That's why you get this. Okay, so now it says press enter to confirm your input. So you press enter, right? Oh, it's connecting. It says setting up, and it could take some time. So let's check. No, for this, it's simplified setup. for now.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it just said just press enter, then it's like waiting, then it goes Linux, and then it goes continue, and then after continue, then it asks for the
I have to
password.
put in-
Yeah, it's
Oh
still
no, I think I put in the password here.
yeah, okay. Enter password. Also, for now, we're using like ultimate password for everyone. In the real life, you will never expose passwords to the internet. So for the sake of the workshop, we're doing this. Cool. This is said can be changed there if needed. Yes. That's exactly what we need. Mm-hmm. And then after that, there should be when you start. So you enter the password, and then now you can get started. So literally, you see in the left. Oh my God, left. How we call it? It's not upper corner, but the one that
lower.
Yes, thanks. Left lower corner, there is a connection. Yes, so now it's right now you see edited on SSH. So now you are there. So the next step to do, you need to open a terminal. And there is a button for it here in the Visual Studio Code. You can say, for example, start new file or open folder, open file. It's extra. It should be extra window on top of it. I don't know on which machine you're. Oh, it's Windows machine. Yes. So now you need to go to terminal.
Terminal.
You see terminal, yeah, and then follow the instructions that were mentioned. Sorry, we're getting called from.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'll stop sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys, girls, ladies, and other human beings who have awesome views. We finally get passes. They're going to be distributed in a little bit another way. Just give us 1 minute approximately, and we get back to you with your own Azure passes. So we did it. Also, huge thanks for all people involved from Global AI Bootcamp on this wonderful Saturday. Also, just give us like 5 minutes, and we're going to distribute passes between you. So there will be another way to get pass, okay? Just stay with us.
Be right back.
Yeah. And Boris, sorry that I cut our conversation because it was really, really important call.
No, thank you. I got everything I need. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, so those people, I do hope that you're still with us, who doesn't have an Azure subscription. So these are the steps that you need to follow. So first of all, we're going to provide you direct with a code or the pass. So I will share my screen for a second so you know exactly where to go. Let me share the proper screen. So for those who waiting for the pass, let me make it bigger. So in this case, you skip in the part request an Azure pass because we already has a pass for you. And we are moving to the moment activate an Azure pass. So please follow the instruction on activate an Azure pass. And for now, let's do in the following way. I will be sending direct messages with the codes. So to make sure that we cover everyone, so as far as I know, I will just go through the list. So Leticia already working on workshops, so you doesn't need an subscription, right? So I'm curious for our Batman, whether Batman has Azure subscription or not. Should I share the direct message with you?
Let us know somehow.
Yes, so let us know in the chat if you say, or like unmute yourself, or let us know in the chat if you need an Azure subscription. I will be getting for you. So okay, I have to open free account. Okay, cool. Then Boris also already has a subscription. Elena, do you already have a subscription, or you're waiting for a pass?
I would really like the access pass, please.
Okay, so Elena, we are sending you right now a direct message with a code. It's unique code for you. So pick up this code and proceed with steps activating Azure Pass. Okay. Okay, so Elena, direct message.
Should I try one of them?
Oh, some private message. Wait a second, send a private message. Also, there's one thing to make sure that's going to work. So to activate your Azure Pass, you will need to have a Microsoft account. So make sure that you have an account. If you don't, you can create an account. And there is an instruction how to do it. So in the part Activate an Azure Pass, below there is instruction how to create your Microsoft account. Otherwise, it will be literally impossible to activate it. Okay, so make sure you have it, and I'm getting back to sharing its indirect messages. So see you. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I click start and enter promo code. We are giving the code right now. So we send in this code via direct messages. So just stay with us. But make sure that you have a Microsoft account before. It's just like an email to make sure that you will be capable of accessing this. Okay, yes, if you have it, it's okay. So what you get?
So like this, right? And I'm right this email, right? It's good, right?
Yeah, it's Outlook, yeah? Right, let's check. Validating promo code. Wait a second.
Maybe I'm in the wrong.
Elena, I just shared the code with you in a direct message. Could you please verify whether you received it, and then follow the steps to see how it's working for you or not, okay? For Mariette, Mariette is already doing things, right? So for Mariette, it doesn't need. Okay, so next is Sue, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I'm sharing the code with you, also in a private message. Okay, so I just shared with you. Okay, I see from Melina, sorry, says card is not active. Okay, we're checking this with Microsoft. So far, I will distribute the code, and then we're gonna wait until this code will be activated by. What?
Just
Okay.
try it again.
Okay, so if it doesn't work, Elena tried again, and it works on the second attempt. So for Elena, there is a code. For Sue, there is a code. Aiko, I'm wondering, do Aiko needs a code, or you're
Hi.
using your own? Hi?
Yes, I need one. Thank you.
So I'm sharing it with you. I see also the message from Yanis. Yes, Yanis, please wait. We have a small queue. As soon as this queue will be processed, I'm going to be getting back to you. I just want to make sure that I cover everyone and not missing everyone else. Just 1 second. Okay, for the questions that in the line, we will process this question. So the question from Nutsa, the question from Wally, and the rest, I will get back to you. I just want first make sure that we distribute the codes so everyone could start, and then I will get back to questions, if you don't mind, okay? And for Lena, I'm just wondering, also let me know whether it works from the second attempt. And I'm sharing right now the code with Aiko. Okay, Elena, thanks for feedback. I will call to you Microsoft people again and get back to you. Thanks, Wally, for answering the question, by the way. I see that there are already like a communication between each other. Great. I still continue with the rest of the people. So for Elena, let's see. We are working on it. So for now, keep this code. It's really important. And also, just to make sure, Elena, you have a Microsoft account, right? So you have a Microsoft account. So it means that you already created an account on Outlook and you're using it for redeeming the code. Oh, yes, you signed it. Sorry, Elena, could you clarify? You signed in, you mean that you, oh, sorry, I need to call back Microsoft people. For all participants, thanks for patience. This is really like a red hot telephone line between us about this process. So what's happening right now? For those who are working on workshops, continue working. We will get back to you soon if any support is needed. So far, I see that you're helping each other really good. Nice. For those who are waiting for, I just shared the code with Elena. I just shared a code with Aiko. So, and also share the code with another person. So in this case, we're still working to make so the codes are correct, and we're just working to make sure that the codes could be activated. So that's why I just will continue to share the codes with the people. And as soon as we get the message that the codes are right now active, then you can go. So that's what's happening when a lot of parties are involved. Sorry about that, but we want to make sure that when the code will be working, you will get an access. Okay, so I'm getting further through the list. So still keep in touch. Yes, Batman, it's a public IP address, correct. Okay, I'll get him back. Okay, so I just got a message from Erindam. So Erindam, I'm sharing code with you right now. I'm wondering, Carolina, do you need an Azure code, or are you going with your own subscription or free tier? Thanks, Caroline. Caroline. There is a question. It's a private, but I will just announce it. So there is a question from one of the participants and says that when the code works, how long this code will be active for. So the original idea was that the code will be working only during the workshop, but taking account the circumstances, I would push, and that's what I'm also trying to fix right now together with Nancy, to make sure that this code will be active at least a pair of days. So it means that you will be capable of finishing the exercises. So indeed, the code that I'm sharing right now, it says not active because we are working on the second step of fixing it right now. So we passed the first step, we get the codes, now we are working the second step to make the code active. So stay with us, and I will continue to distribute the codes in between. Thanks a lot for patience. So for Carolina, Estera, do you need a code, or you're going with your subscription? Oh, Estera, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Okay, great. So then I'm moving to the next participant. So I got a message from Yanis that he needs a code. So I will continue with Yanis. Okay, I just shared it with Yanis. The next one is Monica. Monica, do you need a code or you're working already on the workshop? Okay, Monica, sending a direct message to you. Thanks. Okay, I just sent it to Monica. So I'm going to the next one. So as far as the student notes, okay, it's a call from Microsoft. They need to pick it up. Okay, people. I just have a message for those with this Azure subscription. So the link that I distributed, we just provided the new links. Sorry about that. Regarding the question how you can use it. So you will get a subscription that has a specific amount of money on it. It means that this subscription could be used until, let's say, the money in this. Normally, to finalize one of the workshops, it's enough to finish. So it means that when you activate it, you can have your workshop, for example, executed today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. So literally it could be done in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I would advise you, although, to focus it as soon as possible, of course. So the answer for those who doesn't have buses and who is a little bit afraid, could I finish in time or not? Don't be afraid of it. With the Azure passes, it should work. So for now, sorry about that. Those who just got links from me, sorry, forget about this. I distributing the new list. Sorry about that. So thanks a lot for your patience and being so patient with us.
Yeah.
So I'm just going through the list once again, okay, and just sending you the new link privately. So bear with us, and we are almost there, I would say. Okay, I will start. Let me check. So I just get in, pick up. I will mute myself for a pair of seconds for a quick fix, and then I get to you. And in the meantime, just to speed up the process, what I want to understand. So I know from Monica that she needs a subscription. So what is already doing things? I just wanted to clarify for Omar. Omar, do you need a subscription, or are you already doing a workshop or setup? Could you let us know, please? Then I can distribute the codes more efficiently. Need a bus. Okay, cool. 5 minutes and there will be solved for you. Thanks a lot. Oh, okay, so I just distributed the codes for the participants that do not have them. So good to hear the codes are working now. Great. So there is, Elena, I will answer a question publicly because it's information that's important for everyone. So the question was, so if the code will be activated now, can it be used as long as the credit is there, not limited by time? I will double check regarding the time. Normally, yes, it could be something like 1 year, but just to make sure that it's not limited to 1 month. So I would say to keep it safe, stay within 1 month range, but it should be indeed attached to the credit. Okay, so I will check the questions before because I got a lot of messages. So let me just go through them really fast just to see what they're. Okay, I'm gonna make. I just want to clarify. I see there was some question, there was some answers. So are there any unanswered? So if you don't get an answer to a question, could please, let's say, ask it again. So otherwise it will be just flushed away with a lot of messages. So let me check the next. Okay. I'm wondering, Sue, that says, okay, question is solved from Leticia. Great. Felina. Okay, great. It's your adventure. Sounds good. Sue, where it's requested BRN. I'm also wondering what it is. If you could a little bit clarify at which point you are right now, when it's like requesting BRN. Can you just point me to it, Sue? So then I know you said it seems work, but it seems like you need to provide BRN, which you don't have in profile. Sorry, could you be probably more verbose? Profile in which in which parts you are right now? It's like when activate an Azure Pass and there, or just if you could provide a little bit more context, that I would gladly help you with this question. Right? I think we would gladly help you with the question.
Yes. I'm trying that it also works so we can then at least confirm and then.
Yeah, so you're setting up a container right now, correct? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, okay, so for Arindam logged in. Wally, I will get back to the question. Wally and Nutsa, one clarification is needed. Is it workshop 3, just to clarify? Then we can check this YAML file. Okay, it's workshop 3. Then I will check workshop 3. And for now, Yanis, just to clarify, still not working for you. Just to clarify that you're using the second code, because the first code that was sent is not correct, to make sure that you're using the second one. And also you're using it with a Microsoft account created on Outlook.com. Please check, Yanis. So when you... Okay, Vali, Okay, Yanis, good. We're trying to come back for... I just want to see how you pronounce this name, because probably I addressed to the wrong person.
Wow, it's a
challenge.
CSI.
Yeah, so the person with the name that's really hard to pronounce,
Ryu,
and with the abbreviation SR. So I could spell it like SIEYA. Could you probably set us how to pronounce your name correctly? Otherwise, we have this weird feeling that when you're doing it right, and then we can help you with this BRN step. Okay, and in between, I will take a look at workshop number 3. Okay. Oh, maybe I don't need. Okay. Cool. Thanks. I'm getting back to Wally. I just want to check where content of data YAML came from. Let's take a look at this YAML file. I'm curious. Okay. And you said that maybe I don't need BRN. I get back from workshop 3 to the CU. So you said, can I go to the next step from some Shia? Okay, Shia. Oh, thanks. It's really cool explanation. Shia. Thanks. Yeah, probably you can share your screen, like where exactly you are struggling right now. Because probably give us more context, and it will show us what kind of error do you get. Because I'm really, really curious about this BRN, what it is all about. Because just to clarify for the rest of the people that get codes, it looks like it's working for them. So I just want to clarify. And also probably if you can say in which, literally for which part of the world you're joining us. It could be also probably some restrictions on it. It could be as well, but probably not.
Well, what is BR? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure as well. Yeah, so it's like basic registration number, but I don't suppose that should be. It never should be asked, right?
Sure, maybe.
So while do you like thinking about share this information with us or not, I'm gonna take a look at workshop. Okay, you're here. Great. So, oh, that's okay. Okay, sign up. Great. Just to make sure, are you sure that you filled on the required fields? Just to make sure. I know that there are probably some information that you do want really share, but probably there is something that is phone. The field is required. That's what I think the issue is. You see the phone, it's a required field. Yeah. So just add wherever you feel comfortable to add. Yeah, thank you too. Because frankly speaking, when you ask a question, sometimes without context, it's really hard to understand at which stage you are. I wish we had this magic ball where we see everything, or I wish we could back to offline events. But for now,
yeah,
let's check. Okay, Volley and Nutsa, I'm going to check finally this workshop 3 part. Okay. Okay, so this part, I'm just like doing this, like so in here, workshop 3.
What does he have? What is the question?
It's a question. So there is like content with as a YAML where it came from, like, and what should be included in this YAML file. Okay. I just want to check. So okay, so it's not download dataset. They download via vgets. Okay. Dataset in your learn workspace. Name version data store. Regarding question of Yanis, if you're using Hotmail, that could be an issue. So make sure that you are registered on Outlook in a separate account, because if you had the previous subscriptions or something, it could do some, let's say, counter interference. Okay, Boris, there was a quick fix. You said that you have this issue with as login in the terminal. So you need to use let me just copy an answer for you, Boris, because answer was somewhere in the beginning. It requires use device code to go via another flow.
Yeah, I did that as well, and I'm still not getting anything.
So even with use device code?
Well, I don't know if the terminal, it is not prompting me for, I'm in the terminal and like I can't see another input. I don't know how to get back to put another input in.
And just to make sure that you're using this command, right? So using as login and then go -- use -- code, just to make sure, because there are two flows. And when you do this, what's happened then?
Nothing's happening. Can I share my screen for a second?
Yeah, sure, please do. Then we can take a look. And then I get not yet. I can put you on the screen, but not yet. We hearing you, but I don't see that action that you're sharing the screen. So make sure you're sharing it. Because usually when you click share the screen, then there is a pop-up window that asks you which screen to share.
Yeah, it looks like I'm sharing it on my screen.
Oh, but we don't see it yet.
I have 2 screens. I'll just move it to the other screen.
Oh, probably that's the issue. Okay, let's take a look.
So I did that. I don't know how to get this part to come back, to type that in.
Wait, we don't see nothing yet. So just check. So you have this below, you have this mute camera, and then you have toggle screen share. So if you click on toggle screen share, then there is a pop-up that exactly say choose what to share, and then you need to choose and then click on share. After that, it starts sharing, because until we don't see literally like your screen. We see only big letter B in the green circle.
That is weird because it's showing me that it's sharing. I'll just stop and share again.
Yeah, just stop and start again. While you're doing this, there is a question from Batman. The checklist is not working after I finish setting up. I mean, the tutorials. If checklist is not working, I mean, it's okay. It's just for you to make sure it's checklist for your own, to make sure that you did everything, that you don't missed anything, any steps.
I'm trying to find this data.yaml, but I'm not sure where
it's data. It's lab 2 data.
This one?
Yeah. I open it. I'm just like investigating. So that's first you download the data. So while we're waiting for Boris to share the screen,
You still can't see?
No, it's still down. We still see the black screen with a green circle and a letter B on top of it. Okay. So, no, that's the download data. That's just like we get.
But data.yaml is in the zip
file. No. Wait. It's in the zip file. Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Or the zip. Let's check. Let's check where it is. So just we get, yes, get it. Try and validate. Let's check. In between, we are checking where the information of data YAML come from and what it is all about. Okay, open. And for Boris, we didn't see your screen yet, because before that it was successful. You already shared your screen once, right? Somehow
I'm doing the same thing again. But on my screen, I can see that it's sharing my screen. So I don't really know what's going on.
Yeah, probably. But okay, let's. So you have an issue when you need to type as login, and it just what kind of, so it's nothing happens if you type as login and then empty space and then --use --device --code. So nothing happens in the terminal.
Nothing happens, but I think it's maybe because I don't know how to get, in the terminal initially it says global AI at sandbox host dash numbers, right. And then you can input the AZ login. So when I did that, nothing happened. So I typed in AZ login, use device code, but it's not in an input field.
Okay.
It's still the same one. So I don't know how to describe that.
Let us check. And also, wait. Because that's the thing. So if the thing is, why do you need to log in again? If you're connected to this global AI, if you're already connected, it means that you're already connected to Azure. Why do you need to log in once again? Or it says that you logged out?
No, because I'm following the prompts. Prompt, and it says in the terminal to use the Azure CLI to log into your Azure account. In the terminal, type AZ login. And when I did, the browser window that opened up wasn't populating anything. So I saw it was the same problem that Nutsa had. So I tried to type in AZ, use device code in the terminal. But nothing happened after I typed it in. And I think I can't get the input field to come back up.
Okay. Wait a second. I'm just checking. Read if that's the point of the dev environment. So you install all additional extensions, and this is exactly the last step. You want to set the right subscription as default subscription. right? And this moment, that's when you need as login, right?
Yeah.
So you see, for example, in the prompt, you're seeing something like global AI, blah, 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 then comes your like the address, and then you type as login, and then you get this message like to sign in, use a web browser to open the page. That's what you get?
Yeah, so after that,
yeah, you had this?
it didn't work. Yeah, I had that and it didn't work. So I typed in the as login, use device code, but it doesn't open up a new global AI sandbox thing.
Yeah.
You have that in.
Yeah, wait a second.
And you still can't see my screen?
No, not yet. Probably what you can do, I mean, like the standard thing, just drop out completely from the call and just get back in. So probably it will help.
Let me try that.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay. For Wallin, it's a question. They're still on us. We'll get back to you. First, we want to fix this thingy, and then we get back. Oh, so I think from Nancy, there is information, right? Okay, so key value pairs that follow the schema, the specific schema, and used to create a storage location for data on Azure. The reason to use such files for automated process to keep a track of what was created and where. Okay.
Yeah, like he creates the schema and then feeds it to the cloud via the CLI. So of course you can go via the buttons, but if you have this YAML file, then you can keep it in a code repository.
Okay, so actually, like you have three options, literally. So first option, you can go like using graphical user interface, like clicking on the buttons. This is the first thing. Second thing, you can use a set of CLI commands to get there. So you can just use CLI. And the third step, to automate specific steps, you can create a YAML file and just fill it with the specific information. And then it will be point you to the right location. Because what I see in this part, it's workshop number 3, data part. So it starts with downloading the data set. So first you create a directory, you're downloading the data, you unzip it, removing the zip file, and go into the project. And after that, when you type code, data YAML, that what's happened, code means open the file into the Visual Studio Code terminal, in the Visual Studio Code. So in this case, in this data YAML file is opening, and you add in the content of this file, and then you run the CLI comment. And what the CLI comment is doing for you is uploading the data. So literally, there is a path to your default data store where you create your data set. So on the backgrounds, there is a blob storage, and you need there is an data set option and data store. So literally, like you are working in the Azure Machine Learning workspace. From this Azure Machine Learning workspace, you have an attached blob storage to it, so like a storage to store your data there. And then there is an option to create so-called like a data store. So you point for Azure Machine Learning service that if you want to find specific data sets that I'm going to use, I want to use this specific data store. So you're saying, I point to this blob storage, and I calling this blob storage and default data store. So if you do this, it means that after that, Azure Machine Learning Service knows where to look for the data sets. So then in this blob storage, you're actually adding files there. So in this case, this data set that it is. And with this comment in the step 2 of the workshop 3,
this is for Wally that asked.
Yeah, this is Wally. Thanks for clarification. That's exactly what other steps. So we're just pointing and showing where the data store, where the local path, and how to upload data from local path, because you pull data to your local laptop, and then you want from your local laptop upload this data, and you point where the data is stored. Okay, so I think for Okay, so that's
well, that's why I shared the URL, the link to the schema. It explains. Did you look at the link with the schema?
Yeah.
I think there it explains the key and the descriptions. For example, schema is the YAML schema. Name is required. The other ones are not required.
I think Kevin get better. So Arindam, 1, 2, 3 minutes for getting back to you. I just wanted to find my mouse. So if I'm going to share my screen, let me check where I'm sharing the correct one. Share. So that's exactly if I pick up what the link that Nancy just provided into the in the Jitsi. What are you doing? Look at this beauty. Because it's so this is exactly the link that explain how this YAML schema looks like. So it says .cli, of course, version 2, the latest version, dataset YAML schema. So it said this is where the schema can be found, and this exactly the description of key value pairs, what it is. So the first line in your YAML code that you have, this is the first line exactly. It says schema. So when you go here, it's explained to you schema. It's YAML schema. If you use this extension to alter this file, include it at the top, it enables you to invoke schema and resource completions. Then you have the next, it's name. The next line, it's name. In your case, it's Lego Simpsons. What is name? Name is name of the data set. Then you say version number 1, it's a version of data set.
Very important.
It's really important, yes. Then you go for data store. Data store is the path where exactly your file will be stored, and then it goes to the local path. So it could contain more lines, but at least it could be like this. So yeah, that's exactly the link. So now, Wally, is it clear now? Still okay? Oh, it's not in the documentation. Okay, clear. Yeah. So in the nutshell, what you need to know, so this Azure machine learning platform, it needs to store data somewhere, and it needs to point to right place. Yes. Thanks. I think it's a really good question, right?
Yeah.
I will get in back okay, I think I can stop sharing. So there's a question from, okay, I will get back for Arindam, right? So Arindam, you said you started creating the custom container.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do I need to create just a simple container, or there is a template which I need to follow?
So you're following right now the instructions, correct?
Correct. On the workshops, Global AI Community Lab 2 setup dev environment.
Yeah. Okay. So, in which step you are right now? Just to
I'm just on the beginning. I think when it asked to create the resource group, I have created one, and then it asked to create a custom container. But in the images in the guidebook says that there is a template, but I can find one when I'm in this subscription.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let us check really quickly. So it's I will get back to Devin Bar. Okay, so it's okay. So you create the resource group you mentioned. Yes, you added like this is the create resource group. You select the region.
Yep.
So you create it, right?
Yep. If you guys want, I can share my screen.
Yeah, sure. It will be much more useful.
Yeah, definitely it will help. Okay, just give me a moment, and here you go. Okay. So here I am. I have created my resource group, AI Bootcamp 2022. Now I will create a custom container, right? So shall I just go ahead to create a simple container based out of Linux or something, or do I need to follow some template?
Wait a second. Let me check. Custom template. Okay, the container, you created this, and they create the new resource group. The resource group is here. Then you check the region. Okay, great. Okay, so then you got this. Wait a second. What? There is actually a button deployed to Azure. Have you used this button before in the instruction? Because
no, I couldn't find it. So this is how my portal dashboard looks. So
yeah, could you go for the rules for a second? So the rules that you follow right now for this setup.
Sure.
Because there is one. Yeah, there is one thing that is missing.
Okay. This is the one, right?
Yes. So have you clicked on this button deploy to Azure?
Oh, I thought it's an image.
Oh no, it's not
that I was looking on.
Because this is what is here. There is like some information attached to this button, and what this button is doing, it's exactly deploying this container for you.
Gotcha. Yep. Got it.
Cool.
Okay, thanks.
Good. No, it's good. Like it's not an image, it's a button. It's exactly to get the resources.
Sure.
Okay, cool. We get in the next. Now we know where to find the templates. Okay, Mariette.
Now I'm there.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I am stuck also somewhere in this lab 2.
Okay. Can you explain me exactly in which part of the lab 2?
No, it's not lab 1. I'm under cognitive services. I'm trying to set up the workspace, lab 1 AML workspace setup.
Okay. So
is it a compulsory step for us to do, or can someone skip it, or what?
Wait a second. So you right now doing cognitive services, and you're working on a bot composer or on a cognitive search? Sorry, I missed it.
What I wanted to know is I can't find the lab 1. Must we do lab 1 before we do lab 2?
Oh, you can, of course. So there is no specific order. All these labs, they're separate from each other. So the cognitive services, there are 2 labs. They are not dependent on each other. They're separate one. If this is what you're asking, right? Or
Yeah.
Yeah. So because one, it's about using the cognitive services to create search, and the second one is about creating a bot. Of course, bot can also somehow use the services, but the goal is 2 separate entities. So you can just pick one and work on one specific lab.
And what of lab 3? I'm not sure how is it the lab 3? Is it just to train your model? Or what?
Yeah. So let's just walk it through. So you have actually labs dedicated. So two workshops dedicated for cognitive services and 2 workshops dedicated for Azure machine learning. So cognitive services there are already pre-trained models that's available as a service, and they allow you or to do a cognitive search. So exactly like to build your own custom search indexing. And another one is to build a bot that's going to perform specific actions, or it will be really stupid bots who just, get in back and like utterances and that's it. Or it will be bot with some natural language understanding or something like this. So there are different options. This is separate. And then you have another option. Workshop 3 is about using of Azure machine learning platform as a service. And for this lab, the goal is to set up workspace, get data, train your model, and then deploy this model. So that's the goal of this lab. And then the last one is Azure function that can see. This is exactly when you're also going to use pre-trained model. So there is a service that allows recognize specific things on the picture, and you just deploy Azure function that's going to do, let's say, this magic for you. So that's the difference between exactly the difference between all these labs. So you can decide or pick one and work on it, or you can do all 4 if, for example, the subscription will allow you to do it.
I'm using this free account. I don't know if it will allow me to do it.
For free accounts, I don't know exactly. Like it depends on the country from where you set up.
I'm in Netherlands here.
Okay, so in Netherlands, if you set up a free account, you usually get like 150 euro credits. So
no, I got $200.
Yeah, okay, $200. So literally until this $200 are exhausted, you can do everything. Normally for all this workshop, it will be enough with one little, let's say like no thing. In the 3rd workshop, when you're gonna deploy, when you deploy it, if it's work, then don't forget to shut it down and remove all resources. Otherwise, if it will keep working, it will eat your budget really, really fast. And if you want just to play around with apps, so you made a workshop, so you did a workshop, you see the results. After that, you just stop it. You remove, shut down, you remove resources. The simplest and easiest way will be to remove a resource group completely. So if you remove a resource group, it means that like you will see it should be clean. Let's put it in this way. So, and then you can go to the next workshop, and then you can go to next workshop and to the next workshop. So literally think about it. When you use any of the resources available on Azure, it's like you open your laptop and you start doing something, right? So it uses energy. And if you don't forget to close down your laptop, it will continue working. This is the same story, but the difference is that on Azure, it's going to eat your money. So I think it's probably the fastest and simplest explanation.
Yeah,
right?
but in all of them, you have to do the AML workspace setup.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure for. Yeah, there's also cleanup indeed. I'm not sure that whether you needed to do for the lab 1 or lab 2. Probably you needed only for lab 3 and 4, but I'm not sure. We need to double check, because it seems to me that for the first and for the second, it doesn't require to use Azure Machine Learning at all. Let me double check. Storage accounts. It was storage, search index. No, it doesn't require to set up Azure Machine Learning. No. So let me check about the boats in between. For the boats, because for the boat, you're just using the pre-made services, pre-trained model.
You mean for the bot composer?
Yeah, that's what I'm checking right now, because I remember I was running it. No, so you were like, if any of resources needed, it's actually stated in the instruction. But in a nutshell, Azure Machine Learning, you're going to use for Workshop 3 and Workshop 4. But cognitive services, we're not going to use it.
Okay. So, but what I want to ask, you said something, if I set up the whole thing and it's working, I see it is working, I learn how to do it, I can shut the whole stuff down to avoid the charges, right?
Yes. So there is in the instruction, there is a section that calls clean up. So if you do clean up, then you make sure that you got everything as like set it up. So don't forget that there is a step that calls clean up. So when you do clean up, then you clean up the resources and nothing is running on your subscription.
Okay. Well, right now I'm in AMN. I'm trying to do Azure machine learning now.
Okay.
So, cool. So now I'm trying to set up the workspace setup. But the problem I have now is that when I come to the this location, where Western Europe, I'm getting an error. I don't know what to do. Maybe I will share my screen.
Yeah, if you share a screen, it will really, really help. Yeah.
Stop sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we're seeing. Yeah.
This is where I'm stuck because okay. I'm doing the TED lab. This is a necessary step for me. So
yeah,
I'm
wait a
trying
second.
to
yeah, wait a second. Wait a second. Let's check what's happening right now. So, okay. So it says invalid resource group location was true. The resource group already exists. Okay. So what it says that you created the resource group, but the resource group was created in Germany. So it pick up Germany West Central location. So literally, are you physically located in the Netherlands, or are you physically located, or you live in the border with Germany?
No. What the thing there is that I had to choose a server that is closer to me. So
okay,
I searched. I didn't see Netherlands or Amsterdam or something. So I saw Germany. Germany is closer to us here. So
okay, so that's exactly the issue. So originally, the resource group should be created in the proper place. So in your case, you pick up the location of the resource group, Germany West Central. And in this case, you can have some issues with the workshop. So it says you can choose or East US if you're in US or West Europe. So to make sure that everything works, what I do recommend, you created a group. And for the group, you pick up the location for your group. So let's get back to Azure. And if you get back to Azure,
yeah.
Great. Yeah. It's like the third one. The third one. Yes.
This one. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So if you get back to resource group, what I do recommend you to do, you can just remove but wait a second, I see the dev container is running in West Europe. So I'm wondering right now why you get wait. No. That's what wait. It says that create an Azure Machine Learning workspace. It says create a new group or choose an existed one, right?
Yes.
You already has a resource group, and it looks like it's running the proper, because dev container is running Invest Europe. You see, he said like dev container G, it's running Invest Europe.
Yeah.
So what I want to see actually the resource group location. Wait a second, let's see. It must be created a resource group. You can use existing or create a new one. Replace with the Azure region. Yeah. So literally, you created what I want to see. If you click on Home right now in Microsoft Azure.
Here?
Yeah, click here. Yeah, go. So you have here a resource group, and this resource group called Dev Container RG. This is your resource group, and you want to use this resource group for the whole bootcamp, right? Click on this resource group so we could verify its location. Yeah, click on it. Then it will show us. You see the location says Germany West Central. You see location Germany West Central. Yeah. So what I recommend you to do, I recommend you actually to. I'm not sure whether you can change location. Probably not. So I recommend you to create a new group and pick up West Europe location. So then the location will be correct, and it will be picking up the proper place. Okay, so just create a new resource group. You can kill this. You can just click on delete resource group. Delete resource group.
Here?
Yeah, delete resource group, and you can just start. Yeah, you need to type the resource group name because you want to make sure that. Yeah.
Okay. I usually forget the name.
Usually those right.
Yeah. Because dev container right in the right place, but the resource group is made in Germany. That's why you could communicate, but it requires more effort. Yeah. While you type in it, I will be back in 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay. While you type in it, so what should be done? This should be deleted resource group, and in your resource group, Invest in Europe should be created.
Okay.
That's what should be done. Okay. Like one minute.
Can you refresh the page?
Here. Here.
Yeah.
I think it's gone. I think it's gone. I don't see it anymore. Yeah, this is just the default left. The dev container ROG is gone.
And what are we looking at? Because you still have this in Germany control.
No, this one is the one that I saw as default. I don't know. Yeah, this one is the one I'm using. Sorry.
I think you already delete. Yeah, you already the research group. So you just need to recreate it. If you go to
here
in the top left corner.
Here?
A little bit below the home.
Okay.
Yes, there. You see that you need to create a new one.
Create a resource, right?
Yeah. Or did you type the correct name of the resource group? Because you need to delete the previous one in order to recreate a new resource. Can you go?
Is this one? Is this one? I think it's gone.
Something happened that it did not get deleted. Maybe there. Do you see delete resource group? Do you see that button?
Here.
A little bit down.
Here.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. And try it again.
Is it this one, right? This is dev container ROG.
It should be, yes.
So I clicked on delete.
I failed to delete. Can you click on that? On the blue text, yeah.
This one.
The one on the blue box, on the white box. Oh, now it's gone.
Page and notifications. It's still there. If you go to the bell on the top left corner, top right corner, there is a bell.
Yes.
Yeah,
The bell.
the bell is the same. There is a notification.
Click on the blue text. And what's the error?
Resource
Okay,
not found.
then it should have been deleted.
Yeah.
But I think it still has an error because there's another thing that still shows as in Germany. You can go back to home now.
Yeah. It's okay, so because like if was it deleted or it's give an error?
It was deleted. Yeah.
It was deleted, and now the question is whether dev container has any dependencies on it. Because if dev container has any dependencies on it, then it shouldn't normally. So what I would recommend to start I would recommend to kill this dev container as well.
Yeah, indeed.
And just
This one.
Yeah, I will recommend to kill it again. Yeah.
How do they kill it? I should click on it here.
Okay, so if it's
not found.
Oh, because refresh there is always a delay between graphical user interface and the things.
Oh, okay.
So just refresh, completely refresh. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So maybe later. So now you're clean. So now you can start again. And when you're gonna start, remember you're starting with the instruction. The instruction said first create the setup dev environment. So get back to the getting started setup dev environment. Click on deploy to Azure button. If you go to instructions now, just to instructions.
Yeah. On this site?
No, on the global AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go there, so that was you were doing now, but the part is missing. This is dev setup, right? So if you go up, because you want to set up first dev environment, it's not settled up yet. So that's why you need to go, lab 2 setup dev environment. Yes, exactly. And here you go deploy to Azure button. First button is below. Yeah. This is the button. Yes. And here, when you're going to set up everything, make sure that you pick up the right location. Okay?
Yeah, this is where the problem started. Here.
Yes, exactly. Because think about resource group as just a logical bundling of the resources that you want to use on Azure. So literally, this resource is allocated somewhere. There are different locations available. So normally, why we recommend to pick up West Europe, because this is the place for our resources to be. There is no region as like Netherlands. There is a West Europe. Germany has a separate region because Germany has an extra, let's say, security things like extra requests. That's why they have a separate region. For us, if you're located in the Netherlands, for all workshops, the best place to pick up is usually West Europe. So here, you see in the description, it says instance details, region. The region should be West Europe.
Sometimes it's about the data, that the data cannot leave a country.
Exactly. So here it should be West Europe.
I think in France, you cannot leave French. In the Netherlands, medical data, it's okay to have it in all of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
But in France, it cannot.
Yeah. So now you should be good to go.
I could leave the Azure subscription one. I could leave it.
Probably if that's the name.
Create new resource group or what?
The instruction says you need to create the new resource group. What the instruction says?
Yeah.
So So if the instruction says create new, yes, then you create a new, exactly. Yep. And then you give this a name, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Let's check.
If you want to create.
Yeah. Yeah, create. Yeah. And then it takes some time because it needs to spin up the resources. And when it will be ready, it says your deployment is complete.
Yeah.
And then after that, you can further. There is this setup.
I already did do setup before in my Visual Studio.
Okay, so you did it, but now you get a new container, and new container will get a new IP address. So it means that setup and Visual Studio Code will not be able to connect because the resource, we killed the resource, we deleted it, so it doesn't there anymore.
Yeah.
So that's why, unfortunately, in this case, if you're creating the new, you need to walk. Yeah. So now it's completed. So now you can go to resource, indeed, and now you get a new address. You see?
Address.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that you need to use further.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you too for joining. And I will check. So were there like any other questions? Wait a second.
So that means I'm gonna start all over again for the CL for the Visual Studio setup also.
Yes. So for Visual Studio setup, you follow the instructions. Yes,
Yeah.
correct. And when the instructions is done, then you will go to the workshop, and on the workshop, then it should pick up your resource because it's in the proper space, in the proper location. So there shouldn't be this problem anymore. But always remember, if you make a new resource and if you want to connect to this resource, there will be always an address that is attached to this resource. It means that if resource is deleted, you couldn't connect to it anymore because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Cool.
There were two notes and missed explanations, so if you want to go over it again.
Yeah, I will check. So notes. There is also a question. Have you answered already curling question?
No.
Yeah. Okay. And then if you don't need to share a screen with us, you can stop sharing the screen, right?
Yes.
Cool. And also we mute you, okay? So if there are other questions, you can unmute yourself. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Carolina, I did not answer.
So the Boris, I have a quick question on the last part of saying that. So when you set in default subscription, everything that between a chevron, this is your subscription name. It means that this chevron, so this left and right chevron, they shouldn't be there. This is a placeholder, which should be replaced with a subscription. In your case, subscription starts with 5 and ends with 2. So it means it should be as account set -s and then goes the subscription without chevrons. So just remove chevrons. Yeah, so no chevrons and you can use it. Exactly. So if everywhere in the workshop you see in the chevrons, you need to replace them with your value. Great. So Nutsa. Yes, Nutsa, well, you're running the job, the status be complete, indeed. But the thing is, it depends on what type of job, because some jobs could take more time to complete. So normally, the job should be or failed or complete, or it could be in progress, if it's like in progress right now. So that's for Nutsa. Like what it was else? I see. Wait, first I check. Okay. Yes, great. Do we cover everything or we already? Okay, so this was
Carolina and Nutsa.
Okay, Carolina. Customer related device that can reach smaller than they can reach. Okay. So Carolina, there is a question you asked some time ago. I will answer it briefly. It says, so the question is, in the setup, we use a custom deployment template to set up the container instance. What are the advantages to do that compared to choose the container instance immediately? The advantage to do is this, that the whole setup is already predefined, and everything that should be, I mean, what kind of container instance, how should like, everything is already, let's say, pre-described, predefined. If you just set up your own container instance, could be as well, but it will take much more time. So usually it's just a matter of automation. If you know exactly which type of instance you want to have, that's why you have this button. So the button, what's happened when you click on the button, it goes, picks up an ARM template on the background. ARM template is like a JSON file that defines which resources should be prepared, which resources should be spin up. So it's point you to you pick up a resource group, it points you to location, it picks up a resource group, and that deploy this container instance in your resource group automatically. If you're not going to do this, then you can need to add, let's say, more steps for your own container instance. So I think probably that now answer a question. So Nutsa, you saying that I missed the explanation where the data store index comes from YAML file. So there is a link shared. there is a link shared that describe how the YAML file looks like and which lines in the YAML file could be defined. So probably, Nancy, can I ask you to reshare the link?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, just reshare the link. So in this link, there is a description which key values are permitted in YAML files. And it's just a way to automate stuff as well. Okay. So NUTSA training with PyTorch. Yes, NUTSA, that when it will be done, it should be done, but training with PyTorch could definitely take some time. And I don't remember how long it took last time when I did it. Yeah, sorry, completely out of my head, but it could take some time indeed. So training because it's training of the model with PyTorch, it definitely will take some time. Yes. Okay.
Can you check the status maybe? Or
yes, you can check the status. Yes, indeed. So normally, like you can check it from over your CLI or for your graphical user interface. Probably it will be faster in graphical user interface. Okay. Okay, it's complete now. Congratulations, NUTSA, on training your PyTorch model. Okay, Yanis, I will get back to you. Let me reshare. Okay, Yanis, I'm resharing the code with you. I'm sending you right now the direct message. And Nancy just shared the description of this YAML file. So NUTSA, Volley, you will know where this file come from. Okay, Yanis. Yanis, I just send you the code. Okay, Shia, I will check you. Okay, wait a second. I'm gonna just read it. So this is Aslogin indeed. Shia, so you doing this at the moment when you want, this is the last step of dev setup container, and where this is the step when you need to, let me call it perfectly. This is the step when you need to set a default subscription, right? That's the step, just to clarify.
Hello, Shia. Shia.
I think, okay, so what's happened? So we typed aslogin. Yeah, the terminal says, oh, it says port is taken. Address already in use. Wait.
Just try with the flag.
Wait. Wait a second.
I think just try with the use device code.
Yeah, and when you tried with use device code, what's happened? When you do aslogin use device code in terminal? Just let's see what there. The question from NUTSA, can I try and deploy model using Portal as well as Python? So NUTSA, there are 3 ways how you can do it. One way is using graphical user interface. In this case, this is indeed Portal. The second step is using CLI, and the third step is using Python. So there are literally like 3 options. There are even more, but let's focus on the 3 options that you can use indeed. And normally when it's just the first time when you're playing around, following a workshop, the chances are really high that you're gonna or run it using Portal, or do it probably with some pieces of Python code, like mix of everything. But then when it's like in real life, usually there are some specific development environments available for such things. And there are some specific things that are probably partially or fully automated. So in this case, literally, you need to provide specific files. For example, like this, you need to provide like a train.py file. You need to provide a conda YAML environment. And then you need to pick up the config, and then you need to provide a configuration. And this configuration will explain exactly where do you want to train your model. Because you can train your model while you use an Azure Machine Learning platform, you can train your model locally and just, for example, log, if you're using MLflow for logging and tracking experiments, that will be logged to your workspace. and there is option when you training the model in the cloud on Azure. So in this case, you need literally config that allow you to define which compute you would like to pick up. Do you need like a really, I don't know, like really powerful CPU? Do you need a really powerful GPU? Do you need a set of GPU, CPU, and do it? But there are also different options indeed. But usually in the day-to-day life, you will be doing mostly things via CLI or Python. Yeah. Unless we are portal, because in the majority of the cases, a lot of things in the portal will not be allowed to work because of security and a lot of things, other things.
I think indeed also the question, we are making some assumptions, but I think she means indeed some more automated, or because the model itself is probably also Python. So I think she means indeed.
Yeah, probably. But if our clarification is like incorrect, or we are answering the wrong question,
no, it's good. I just think I'm just trying to say like the right way is the model is also Python. You should be aware of that. So what you have is some tools, some different ways to interact with the cloud structure.
Yeah.
And those also use Python.
Yeah, but it could be indeed like a combination. For example, the whole setup could be like in the C# or whatever. But then, for example, the model could be trained in Python. So in this case, this will be the Python part. Yeah. Or it could be Java, or it could be like whatever, like R or other languages. Yeah. Okay. Yes, of course, you can try both. Yes, of course. That's why there are indeed this two options. They show that you can try or this or that. Well, a really good question. So there are different ways of deploying a model, and there are different options how the predictions will be generated by this model. One of the options when we deploy a model, and we call it deploy model as a REST API. So literally you get like an endpoint. It's usually HTTP and then comes where it is, or if it's secured, it's HTTPS, and then the people who wants to get the predictions from the model, they need to send a request to this endpoint, and they want to get a reply back. So there is an option to do it on your own. In this case, you need to manage your endpoints on your own way. So you need to be, if you want, for example, use security and have HTTPS, you need to managing certificates and a lot of other things. In this case, right now, there is a feature. It's in preview. In preview, it means it's not ready made for production, but you can play around it and try it. And it calls manage endpoints. So literally, there is a possibility to deploy your model using managed endpoints when a lot of work behind the scenes is hidden from you. It's easier for you. It's simpler for you. You just, let's say, pay a specific amount of money. You outsource this task to Microsoft to manage the endpoints on behalf of you, and that's the way. But one thing, it's right now in preview. And if you see something on Azure documentation that says in preview, it means it's okay to experiment. It's for development, but it's not ready for production yet. But it's on the way to be a production. So.
Scaling is an important part.
Yes. In the workshop, those who are working on workshop number 3, there is indeed this deployment of PyTorch model. And first, the model is deployed to ACI, so it's Azure Container Instance, and it's deployed here. It's not production grades. It's deployed there for the sake of testing this model, because model is just like a container. It runs in a container. And in this case, the model is exposed to a RESTful API. So you have an endpoint, you send a request, I want to make this prediction, and you want to get prediction back. So it's JSON request here, JSON request, response back, JSON. So in this case, ACA is really nice, Azure Container Instance, but it's not ready for production for machine learning. And why it's needed? Because when my model is ready, I want to test my model. So I want to test my model from use different types of tests, and I want also to check the validity of the results that the model returns, the predictions. So in this case, I'm deploying this to ACI. This is like intermediary point, and after that, there are different options how I want to deploy my model. So one of the option is to deploy a model using managed endpoints, but once again, it's not right now in preview. Another option to deploy your model to Azure Kubernetes cluster. in this case, Azure Machine Learning also has a part like out-tasked on themselves. So they allow you to, in the configuration setups that I want to deploy my model on AKS, and Azure Machine Learning handling creation of endpoint for you. And also Azure Machine Learning is handling, together with Azure Kubernetes service that used as a compute for serving the model, for giving predictions back. It's also, let's say, allows you to auto-scale. And what does it mean at auto-scale? Because there could be one user that wants to get prediction now, that could be 2 users, that could be 100 users, that could be like millions of users that want to get us predictions. So in this case, we want to make sure that all requests that we are sending for the model to get predictions, all the users get the predictions back. So in this case, in this scenario, the Azure Machine Learning and Azure Kubernetes service, they are handling like heavy tasks for you, and they are making sure that it could be scaled. So if what does it mean in this case? Scale, just add extra compute to give big predictions, for example. So yeah, for now, you're trying option Azure Container Instance. I really often use this option only for on acceptance, only for testing, like fully testing models. And then what's okay, there is automatic deployment that deploy a model on AKS cluster as an endpoint. But now I'm also really curious about this managed endpoint options, because if these options could be used and just to compare price and what efforts are needed, then if the whole story with AKS could be just hidden and you can just say, I just want you to manage endpoints, I think it could be really more efficient. So yeah, that's, let's say, the options. But there are even more options how you can deploy a model. And one of the options, for example, Azure Function, this is workshop 4, because then you work with a pre-trained model. Yes, sure. Yeah, please. Shia, you can share your screen. Please do it right now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're right now in this. Okay. Visual Studio Code. Good. Okay. So now you do Azure logging. Yeah. Is this protect? Wait a second. Is it? Yeah. And when you type, but it says that it's already in use. I'm really curious. How it's already in use. So wait a second. I see you have 3 terminals opened. What's in another? Could you show me what is in another terminal? So you have 3 Bash terminals open right now. Are you sure that you're not logged in one of the others? So from the
it's the same trial.
Let's close other. Just kill them. Yes, just kill them. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Then terminal, new terminal.
Yeah, new terminal. How can I do that?
If you want to click, yes, you can click. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So right now it says that you are using SSH to this. Okay. Good. Type it.
And can you see this window? Microsoft Azure?
No, we don't see it. So
I don't know how to share this, because when I type this, then some window is popped.
Yes,
popped up.
That's exactly what should happen. Yes,
and yes, and I want to share this.
Oh, probably when you share, there's an option share that's a full screen, or to share a specific tab from the screen. So if you share the full screen, we can take a look at it.
Okay, I will try again. Entire screen.
Like maybe that's.
Yeah. Okay. So now we see the full screen. Okay. So when you do new. Yep. Yeah.
So this is my account.
I just want to make sure that this is the account that you're using for this workshop, right? So that's exactly the email and your account that you're using, correct?
Again, please.
So there was an option. Okay, could you refer, because it's redirect to localhost. I don't get it why it's redirect to localhost 8.4. So it. Wait a second. Could you get back to terminal? It's doing like this weird redirect, and I'm just trying to understand. And what's happening if you say Azure as login use device code?
Yeah, but this where is it? Yeah, when I connect my Microsoft account, it says this site can't be reached.
Yeah, because what I see right now, if you look at the line, it's exactly it's point to localhost. It's not redirect to where it should be. You see localhost. That's what not
I'm not
normal.
sure. I mean, yeah, it's not immediately.
Yeah, but if you get back to terminal for a second, so there are actually two flows. One flow is using browser. That's what exactly right now happening.
This one?
Yeah, so this is one way. Another way is using device code. So could you type right now as login -- use device code? I just want to see what's happened, because there are
what
two
is
options.
use device code?
You see the comment. It says use device code flow with as login use device code. Could you just copy paste it? Yes, without parentheses, just clean, because you pick up a parenthesis from the right side. So just make sure that it ends on the letter E.
Letter E. Wait, what should I copy?
You should copy the comment. Yes, and this comment. Yes, exactly. Yes,
okay.
Correct. Yeah.
But it doesn't have parentheses.
Now not, but before that it was picking up the symbol after letter E. So
okay.
Okay, use this comment.
No, she needs to
in the terminal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And open this terminal.
Open this page. Yes.
Control click.
Yeah, and then add the code that was there.
What is this language?
It's Korean.
Yeah, it's Korean. I'm sorry, I cannot change.
No, not sorry. And there was in the terminal.
I was curious. That I asked out of curiosity.
Okay, in the terminal there was a code. Could you just copy the code from the code? You see this, and enter
this one.
Yes, pick up this code. Yes, and yep, and then go to this pop-up. And just. So probably it asks for the code, right? We could just guess. Okay, now it says pick up it.
It seems to work. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
Thank you.
literally, so if you have an issue, so there are two ways how to log in. Option number 1 is to log in using device code. Option number 2 is without that. So if the option without in browser doesn't work for some specific reasons, use this, and it allows you to authenticate properly.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So probably for Boris, it's also solved right now. Cool. Are there any other? So this is solved with Yanis. Okay. It's also solved. I also found just like an old question. I also want to answer it. So many comments come with a warning, it's experimental and under development. What does it mean? Literally, it means exactly what is said. So specific comments are still in the development. And if it's experimental, it means it's not ready for production. It's nice for development and playing around it, but it's not ready for production. Are these new features? Yes, indeed. So while you're working with Azure CLI is every day, every minute, every second is under development. There are new parts of it. There is also an Azure ML CLI. It's like extension to Azure CLI that also allows you to do different things. For example, start a training job, stop a training job, check the status of the training job. Like there are different options. So literally, when you do something, if you see it's like it's experimental or under development, it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to use it. It means that you're allowed to use it, but to be cautious about it.
I think it's like a disclaimer.
Yeah, it's like a disclaimer indeed. And I don't know, like they're all the backgrounds of you, but probably for some people, like what do I mean by using in production? Because like what's the difference between playing around local computer and using in production. So literally, like, if you have a specific process, and if this process delivers specific result, and you want this result will be used by other people, then in this moment, let's call it to be in production. An example, like Jitsi is an open source software that we're using right now. So, for example, there is like, we want to have a new feature. So we could develop this new feature, we could test it properly, and when we are sure that this feature will not broken the whole Jitsi video stream, then we're going to implement this feature, and this feature will be in production. It means when end users, such as we, going to use it. So just to clarify, and if something should be in production, it also requires specific rules, and it comes with specific risks. So that's why we want to make sure that everything in production is stable enough, so it's not going to crash everything. So imagine that, for example, you have this Azure function that recognizes something on the pictures, and you want to make sure that, let's say, everything going according to the plan. Okay, so if the deployment, I must answer the question of Nutsa. My deployment state is unhealthy. What to do? Yeah, then we need to see what's happened. So I think the best way, Nutsa, if you will share your screen and we go through it, because there could be millions of reasons why it's unhealthy. If unhealthy, it means, yeah, something went wrong. There is a failure or error, and we want to know what it is. But we can do it only, let's say, watching together with you on the screen. So if you want, you can share your screen and we work through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you're doing workshop number 3, right? Just, oh yeah, it was number 3. I remember Wally and Nutsa, they were doing workshop.
Yeah, 3. Yes. Hi.
Oh, hi, yeah. Show us the portal where it says that deployment state is unhealthy. Let's check.
Do you see this? No.
Now we're seeing the file system. Yeah, make sure that you're sharing the not only one tab, but you're sharing the screen. Yeah. Okay, while doing it, there is a quick, 1 second. There is a quick question from Batman. Do we need to create a new resource group for each resource? I would recommend to create separate resource group for each resource. Why? Because then you can easily kill it when you stop with the lab. It means that you can move to the next one, like with a clean state.
Yeah.
I would recommend to keep separate. Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting back to you. Okay, so okay, so it says that deployment is unhealthy. And here on the page that you're showing us, it has details and it has as well deployment logs. So if you have deployment logs, that's what we can, no logs display. Interesting. Okay. Then let's click on this message that you got, which says that it's unhealthy. So it's unhealthy. Yes. The service is deployed, but it's currently unreachable. Okay. Learn more about endpoint states. Yeah. So it said, but it's interesting. It said that it's deployed, but it said that it's unreachable. So something went.
There was also a notification on the top.
Yeah.
And she had it on the bottom.
Yeah. So this like 0. Okay, let's check. So indeed, you have like, sorry, if you get back for a second for Azure portal, indeed, let's check. So you see the notification, upper right corner. Yes. So it says that it was in progress. It was in progress. Compute GPU cluster provision and failed. Okay, this, oh no, it was all, oh, sorry, get back. Script run, okay, run details, endpoint workshop, deploy details. Could it, if you click on deploy details, then you get back to this endpoint, right? That's what you get.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check, let's see.
Deployment logs.
Yeah, deployment logs, but it's empty. That's what's, it's empty. Yeah, that's what's really, really interesting. It said no logs deployed. So it looks like it's not. Okay, let's check then. Let me check. Okay, so you have, this is endpoint. So endpoint is done. It's ACI, but it's not working. Okay. So let's get back to this documentation page of Azure. So when something happens like this, I check the logs, where the logs are available, because in the logs we could see whether it's worked or not. So logs are not available for some of the reason. So here you have unhealthy. It says service has deployed, but is currently unreachable. So it means you were deploying to ACI. So what would I do? I would check what's happening right now in Azure with Azure Container Instance, because it's deployment on Azure Container Instance. So it's deployed, but it's unreachable. It means there's something wrong with Azure Container Instance. So I would go outside of Azure Machine Learning Studio. I would go to the Azure portal. Right now you're in the Azure Machine Learning Studio, and I want to see an Azure portal. Yes. So wait a second. What we're looking for? We're looking for Azure Container Instance resource. That's what we need. If you say, yes, this is your resource group, you're working in this. Okay, click on it. What I want to see, so you have container instance. This is your dev container. This is your container instance. So yeah, so I want to know what's happened with you container instance. So if you click on dev container, because this is exactly your container instance, dev container, yeah, that's your instance. Cool. Memory, CPU is just showing what's happening, let's say, with your container instance, because that's where you deploying your model. You try to deploy your model and communicate with this container instance. So network bytes received. So, but it says running. So status is running. You see. So when you because it says dev container, and status is running. So status is running, but something wrong with an endpoint. Okay, let's get back to Azure documentation. Azure documentation, yeah. So here there should be always explanation and always troubleshooting. That's what I'm always looking for, because we know unhealthy. What's interesting, it says the service is deployed, it means the endpoint is created, but it's currently unreachable. So endpoint is there. First, I was thinking there's something wrong with Azure Container Instance, but it's running. Because probably it was down, that's why that's unreachable. So I tried to find the reason why. So let's check. I would scroll below. Are there any troubleshooting here? No, it's delete resources. Trouble, yes. It's failed, in our case it's unhealthy, but anyway, let's check. It's Docker, yeah, but it's an AKS. Wait a second, exactly. Learn how to troubleshoot and solve workaround common errors you may encounter when deploying a model to Azure Container Instance. So let's scroll down and find because we were using ready-made Docker, so it's not that. Okay, so we can get deployment logs, like we could get that, or debug locally. Wait, could you scroll down for a second? Just scroll down. I just want to see what's there. Later, container launch, function fails. It's function. Later, there are other messages. Now, I think first we start with getting the logs. That's, I think, what we're going to do, the first step. If you go up, yeah, there was a little bit below, a little bit lower, a little bit. If you just a little bit scroll down, yeah. So here, you see that says the first step in debugging errors is to get your deployment logs. So that's what we need. You need to connect to your workspace to get the logs of the deployment.
So from here, right?
Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah. Because that's exactly, let's say, what's happening.
No?
Yes, endpoints, indeed. So this is your endpoint, yes.
What is missing? What is this REST endpoint null? Why is it?
Oh, wait, deployment state, again, unhealthy. No, it's deployment state unhealthy. It's deployment state unhealthy. So if you go back to Microsoft documentation, yep. So here it says there is a way to, what we want to know which step went wrong, what's exactly happened wrong. And for this, we need logs. Unfortunately, for one of the other reasons, these logs were not shown via portal. So now we need to get these logs, and you can get these logs using the command that you see. This is the command, but remember that you need to replace my workspace name and in the chevron with the name of your workspace, and name of the service with the name of the service that you want to get logs for this service. So we need to go to terminal and go there, because for me it's really, really strange why it's not there. So the dev container is running, so it's up. Then the endpoint was created, but unhealthy, it means that endpoint is created, but we couldn't reach it. Normally it should just give an address how to reach this endpoint. Yeah. So for this one, I would say go to the terminal and follow the instructions about the troubleshooting. So you need to pick up.
Okay. And where do I find this service or these names?
So
service name and workspace.
Yeah, you have the Azure Machine Learning space name. You have it. It's your Python, how you call it, PyTorch workshop.
Oh, yeah, that's the workshop.
This is the name of your Azure Machine Learning service.
Mm-hmm.
This is the name of it. And then next it, the service that you want to check, you need the logs for, so you said it, let me check wait a second, let me check briefly the documentation. So it's step 4 of the workshop 3, right? And you're doing it using the Azure portal, or you're doing it using Python? You're doing it using
Azure portal.
Azure portal. Okay, so that's what you do. Okay. So for you pick up the deploy. I just need to check, and then you did. So just to clarify, when you were deploy, you were choosing deploy to web services, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. And then it was. Let me check. It was. Yeah. That's what.
Okay.
What
One thing that might have gone wrong maybe is that I couldn't download these files, and I just copy pasted and created files from scratch.
Okay, so then verify that the files indeed correspond, that it's indeed score.py, because if it's not score.py, it could be that it catch up or some weird new lines, symbols, or characters. So it could be issue with .py file, and could be issue with this conda YAML file. That could be. So just verify whether this score.py and conda YAML are.
Well, they look.
Correct.
Also, yeah. Do you see this VS Code now, or sharing something?
No. We're seeing right now your browser screen. That's what we see. We're seeing browsing screen of workshop.
I'm gonna share the actual screen. So this one.
Yeah, and yeah. So it looks like it's PY file and YAML file. So they are okay. So I just want to clarify that they are. Could you open both of them in Visual Studio Code? Then I would make sure that it's correct YAML file, it's correct Python file, because Visual Studio Code will show you if it's incorrect files immediately.
Do you see the Visual Studio Code?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, sorry, we don't see Visual Studio Code. We see only now we see it. Yeah. You see that there is an issue. I see immediately that there is an issue with score.py, something wrong here. Or indentation or something. Wait a second. Import. Could you scroll down? Okay. No, probably just an issue with import. No, it looks like it's okay. It's probably just an issue with import, right? Import. What I want to understand whether it's valid Python file, and this file is treated as valid Python file during the deployment. Because if something's wrong with this file, it means immediately then it's not gonna work. Wait a second. So the files, scrape the counter dependency file. Now it seems like only one thing. Yeah, that's by default this model PyTorch. Okay, so it's pickup model from. I'm just checking what's in the file. Let's go back to the config and let's check what's happening in the config right now. And Wally, for your question, we get back to you first. Just briefly finish this, and then we get back to you. Yeah, it's also like look okay. So I doesn't see like probably any extra characters. Okay.
So this is conda.yml, not config right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to the screen. I just want to see what's happening there. Okay. Now we see Visual Studio Code, but not browser.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's check what I would rather do. There is like option number 1, continue to, wait, transitioning, wait, probably it's right now, try it again, wait.
Yeah, it kind of woke up suddenly, but
yeah, probably. Because if it's transitioning, it's in the process. Yeah, it should be transitioning. This will lead, notice that your endpoint is in deployment state. Yeah. Oh, you see the deployment log, so it started. It started. Wait. Yeah. Pod initializing. It means it started. Just okay. So now it's not promising. It may take a couple of minutes before it changes to healthy. So if it's go to healthy, then you go to test your endpoints.
Okay. Then I'll just wait out and see how it goes.
Yeah. And if it doesn't work, if it gets back, but remember, every time that you do something and you get like something weird, first things that you need to look for, it should be logs. It should be logs because otherwise, then you don't have any information. So literally, you're blind and you don't know what's happening there.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll wait for this. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I will answer first Wally, then Shia, and then Batman. So for Shia, the same issue. So when you type this, there is a typo in it because you type in as account set as, and then you use chevron. So you need to remove chevron because chevron killing everything. Yes, thanks Nancy for typing in. Wally, your question. So Wally followed the workshop 3, and this is step number 4, testing of the endpoint. Okay, so to use the deployed container instance endpoint, do we go to Azure Studio Endpoints, the SIEM endpoint, add the test to input data or copy the code in the SIEM to send a query to the endpoint? Yep, so you can do, for example, you can do it via Visual Studio Code, but first you need, according to the instruction, you need to copy the endpoint URL. So when you go to your endpoints, to details, you need to copy the path to your container, you need to copy endpoint path. It starts with HTTP and then it comes with something. And after that, you can copy it and you can use it for testing via Visual Studio Code, for example. So Wally, first copy the information about the endpoint. And after that, you can test it via Visual Studio Code. Yeah, to send a query, indeed. So that's what you can do. And if it's returned,
is there a shorter, because when you say copy the URL and then what do I do with it? Because I do see like there's code under the consume part, but it's pretty long. I'm wondering whether there's a like CLI command that, you can, that makes it a bit shorter, one-liner.
Sorry, I just need to recap. So you deployed, so you have endpoints. If you go to endpoint detail, you need to pick up the address for the endpoint. Without this address, you can do anything. So this is the first step to do. So you go to your endpoint, and you need to copy the details of this REST point. It should be something like HTTP column / and then it goes. This one. Okay, then you need to get back, so you need to copy it. So it will be something HTTP column / then comes the name /Western Europe Azure container.io score. That's what you need to copy.
Yeah.
And this part, after that is ready, you're getting back to your Visual Studio Code. And then you want to create a file. So if you type in your Visual Studio Code, so if you look at the instruction said, say code test.http. So in this case, code means open the file in the Visual Studio Code. And with that, then you can actually fill like the things, you can copy the address to the image that you want to try to test.
But I don't get it. Like, how do I send an image to that HTTP address?
So That's so you need to make a post request. You need a post request, you need your terminal. In the terminal, there is an option to do it completely with CLI or to create a file and then just use this file. So that's why it says first get an endpoint address. This is the first.
Yeah.
Without this, you can do nothing. You can send no post requests. You don't know where they're going to. And second step, you create in the file. It's a test HTTP file, or you open it. And in this case, you can just pass. There is an example of the post that you can use, and you need to replace in this example that you have. You need to replace the HTTP address because you need to replace it with your endpoint. Probably so if you can open your screen, I think it could be probably faster, right?
Okay.
Oh, Nutsa, congratulations on deploying the state. Healthy.
Oh, nice.
Yes. And for Batman, have 2 questions to ask. Yeah, let's first finish with Spelly and then we get back to you.
Hang on.
Yeah, good.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, we see right now they're all services. Now we're seeing ourselves. Yes.
So this.
Yeah, in details, you have REST endpoint. Exactly. You need to copy this because that's the endpoint that you're going to use to send requests and getting back predictions, right?
Yeah, and
okay.
then?
Cool. Here, then what you need to do, you need to, according to the instruction, you need to type code, yes, and then you need to type test.http. Yeah, just say code test.http. Yes, enter. Cool. Now you have this HTTP thing. So here you're gonna create a post request. Post, this is what you're gonna send, a payload that you're gonna send to the endpoint to get predictions back. So there is an example in instructions of the post method to use with a link of the image. So in this, you can just pick it up from instruction, but you need to be cautious. So if you just go to instruction, to the lab deploy to lab tab. Yes. So that's exactly it. Yeah. If you just scroll.
But that's no.
No. It says using portal. You mentioned lab 4.2, right?
Oh, so I have to go to 4.2.
Yeah, and just go below. Go up to the
I see. Okay.
Step 4. Go to step 4. Step 4. 4. It's 2, 3, and then we need 4. 4. This is how to test an endpoint. So that's what I'm saying to you. So make sure you have now the address of your REST endpoint. Yeah. You just need to copy this part, which starts with post, but yeah. So you see this post request has a body. Yeah, so you need to copy it, but make sure when you copy it to your document that you replace the HTTP with your row. Otherwise, you will send requests to unexisted, not existed endpoint, literally.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I didn't know that there was this thing.
Oh,
because 4.2 was the 4.2 was above the 4.1.
Oh, now I see it. Okay.
Here, and I was there's no more.
Yeah, and just to explain what we do, we create an HTTP post request. Post request, it means to send something to endpoint to get predictions back. And in this case, what we sending, we picking up our endpoints, we saying post to this endpoint, and then we using the image. An image is, you have an address will lead to the image that's stored somewhere. In this case, it's stored on the GitHub repository. So that's what you're doing exactly right now.
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Maybe another URL.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like this URL. Yeah, and you can execute it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Batman, go on, fire up your questions. And could I ask Nancy to switch on the lights? There are the lights. Then it gives a little bit. It's not so dark for us. Yay! Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. So, can you hear me?
Yes, of course we can. Yeah.
I restarted everything again because of what happened to me before. So
okay.
I now went back to the AML workspace. So
okay, workspace.
I created a new resource group named PyTouch Workshop.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to show up in the home of resources. I don't see it in as a resource group.
Okay, you make sure that you create this group with this comment as group create name PyTorch workshop location West Europe. You follow this comment?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, you did. And then when you run the command Azure ML workspace create workspace name, and then you pick up resource group name, it gives you an error?
No, it doesn't give me an error. It just started giving me this JSON file showing that it's created.
Oh, if it's created, that's okay. So look, first step, you creating the resource group for the PyTorch workshop. This is the first step, using the command line for it, right? So you did it.
Yes.
Second step is to create a Azure ML workspace, and this workspace should be linked to your resource group. So in the instructions, it's step create the Azure Machine Learning workspace. And it says that to create a new workspace where the services are automatically created, use the following comment. And there is a comment, as ML workspace create -v, and then it comes, you need to come up with a workspace name, and then go -g, and then you need to use your resource group name, and it was PyTorch workshop.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that when I went to my home of my dashboard in Microsoft Azure, I don't see it on the list. Yes.
When you're on a portal, refresh it, because there is a delay. It's not refreshing automatically, so it means that probably it's already created. But
I did, but it's still not showing.
It's not showing, but it's not showing. Can you click on home on the portal?
Yeah, I'm in the home portal now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so when I did refresh, so I'm still finding the default container and the new container I created the new resource group I created when I started.
Okay, so I think the best way if you share your screen, because then we can see the comments that you enter in, and then we can see the result back. Okay.
So this is the home screen.
Yeah, this is the home screen. I'm seeing right now. Can you click on see all? I'm just wondering.
See all is not still giving me.
Yeah, so probably that as far as I understood, it's recent. You didn't create. Could you go to the terminal? Yes, I just want to make sure. So it's yeah, it says that it's created. Wait a second, it's created, right? Wait. Azure account list for table account set. Yes, Azure group create. So you created it. Great, it's there. Okay, so the thing that it's not showing on portal, it could be some delay. It could be, but I see it say that it's created. Could you now follow and then add the next command to create an Azure Machine Learning workspace? Yes, but you need to replace workspace name with the name workspace and resource group with this PyTorch workshop. Yeah. I see extra H, so it shouldn't be there, right?
No, it's not.
PyTorch workshop, and yeah, workshop. And also make sure that you workspace name, you need to give your own name for it.
My own name? I mean my personal name or something?
No. Sorry. I mean, you need to give a name to the workspace. So in this case, you can call it probably, I don't know, like PyLadies workshop, or you could call it, I don't know, like Batman workspace, whatever you can come up with.
Okay. Something like this.
Yeah, whatever. Okay? Yeah. So what you're doing right now, you're creating a workspace. Enter. And you want to link it to your resource group.
Yes.
Yeah, it says experimental. It's okay. The deployment request was accepted. Okay. Good. Just wait. It's created and it takes time to create. So now what's happening? You're creating the Azure Machine Learning workspace, and as soon as it will be created, then you can go further and follow it. But now it looks like it's creating an Azure Machine Learning workspace right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted to ask, what is the use of YAML file? And is it used for or the whole labs?
Which exactly YAML file?
No, what I want to ask is YAML file generally, is it used for the whole lab? Are we gonna use it for the whole labs or just for this Microsoft this or just here?
So what I'm trying to understand, which YAML file exactly? If you
What I'm because I heard you guys talking about YAML file. Is it an option?
So there was a workshop. Yeah, so that was this is step 2 data, and in this data, the ladies were wondering where the YAML file comes from and how it's built up and how we should use it, because you have like ready-made YAML file, but you want to understand where all this information came from. And there was explanation to this YAML file. But usually, yes, you're going to use YAML files in different places. And it's not just related to Microsoft. It's just like a common standard for the files to be used.
Okay.
That's what we were talking about.
It seems this place is different. I mean, under the Azure function you can see. Is it a different lab?
Yeah, it's different lab. It's different lab, yes, because it will end up with an Azure function. In here, you're going to use a pre-trained model from the, if I'm not mistaken, from computer vision cognitive services. And here you get in like a model, PyTorch model, and you retrain it and you train it during this lab.
Oh, okay. So from what I can see, it looks as if it's like 4 labs in here.
Yeah, indeed. It's 4, indeed. Yeah. And all different flavors, just to play around and see what are the possibilities.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. And just like it's because when you're setting up Azure Machine Learning Workspace, by default, it's not only creates an Azure Machine Learning Workspace in your resource group, it also creates additional resources. It creates a blob storage. It's like a storage space for your files. It also creates Azure Container Registry to register the images. I mean the Docker images. It also creates an analytics service for monitoring. So it's a lot of things involved, and that's why it takes some time to get created. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
That was what I wanted to know anyway, because you said it's good practice to use a different resource name for each lab, so you can easily clean up.
Yeah, so for this now you're doing lab number 3, and lab number 3 you created a PyTorch workshop, a resource group. As soon as you're done with this workshop, you can follow the cleanup and remove this resource group. It means that everything that you created, for example, Azure Machine Learning Workspace and the rest of resources, all these resources will be automatically deleted with the resource group. Yes, and then you can create a new resource group and do the following workshop.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. And the question is for Shia is already answered. Okay, good. Cool. Okay. What I'm thinking, we are like step by step and just going to our time. So we still have like 15 minutes to support and help you. If you have any questions later or you got stuck and you couldn't manage to find an answer, feel free to contact us so we can help you. Don't expect an answer within a pair of seconds. It's still weekend, right? Although we're doing it together right now. But let's say if you got stuck, also try to understand what kind of error do you have. And you can always Google this error, because if you got stuck, it doesn't mean that's only you. There are probably some other people that you just see today during the questions. We have some repetitive questions from the people. So it's okay. Like, first try to Google it. And if it's not possible to find the answer that you look for, then of course, feel free to contact us. Yeah. And I'm just wondering for those, for which workshops we're trying. So I saw a lot of questions about workshop number 3. I'm just wondering whether other workshops that were tried out. I saw the Nancy was experimented with workshop number 4, right? The Azure function.
A little bit, but
I also tried 4.
And,
okay.
Yeah. Just to keep track a little bit of things.
Okay.
When I saw an error, then I would try that part.
Okay. Yes, how can we contact you later? We have questions. So regarding contact, what do we have? We have our email. So the email is literally like everywhere. It's back on the meetup description as well. And also, what do we have? We have a global Slack channel called PyLadies. So you can join this global Slack channel, and we have there a help me channel. So also, if you got stuck, it's not only two of us, but like the whole community could help you support with this. And there are like a lot of people who monitor in this channel, so it's not only we.
Yeah.
So it could be both. Yeah. But frankly speaking, the majority of the answers could be really found on the internet. But anyway.
Yeah, do your best and search around for the error, and if you're really stuck, then please do go ahead and contact us.
Yeah, I'll just like give an example. Like I have had a specific amount of years experience in working like as a principal developer, but I still Googling a lot of stuff. Like there are some basic comments that I'm always forgetting, so it's okay to look for. There is no way to remember everything. Also, working with Python a lot of years as well. Like I still like forget how specific functions looks like, built-in methods, and I need to always like double check. So, we have some specific limited capacity in our brains.
Yeah,
we couldn't remember everything. Or like when you're working with different languages.
Yeah, where something is new, then there's just no way that there's documentation on it.
Yeah, or documentation could be as well like outdated. It could be. Mm-hmm. So it could be different options. So yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah, sure.
How do I find the PyLadies Slack channel?
So, wait a second.
I'm in Slack.
Yeah, so if you go to what I think what could be probably I could generate an invite and just put it in this channel. Wait a second. I will try to do it. Probably it will be easier. Then you can join it. And once again, it's not only our chapter, it's the whole global community, literally all over the world. The main language of communication is English, but I do hope there are some channels probably that also use different languages if it's needed, for example. Okay, I will check the invitation and just share with you in the chat. Yeah, so I'm just sharing right now this. Okay, I can share it properly. Oh no. This. Yeah, so if you just go to Slack in PyLadies.com, it will say it's get my invite. So you just click on get my invites and you automatically get it and you can register and become a part of the community. And remember, help me channel, it's exactly to help you with the questions. One thing that I want to point out, this mostly the questions regarding Python. And if you got like any questions related specifically to Azure, for example, or specifically to like some command line things, such questions could be answered as well, but the priority is always given to Python related questions.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Let me check other things, what we have here. Okay, the rest is answered. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we are here. Let's show. And there is a question, by the way, on the stream.
Yeah, but I've answered already. So
oh, yeah.
I am not,
yeah, indeed. Yeah, cool. Cool. I see an inbox. We discuss it later. We still have it. Yeah. So I just make it as unread for now, and then we can get back to it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's concurrent here. It's okay. But at least I'm happy that we have one deployment state healthy.
Yeah. Somebody trying the endpoint, so that means should be.
Yeah. But also it's nice because we made, let's say, the same, like not the same, like there was an October events, it was offline, where there's like 2 workshops were available, and for Global AI we decided to make them to add extra and to make it available for people to try out also online. So I also really happy that we decided to keep this event, in this case, online.
Yeah, indeed.
We didn't knew about the regulations coming out, at least for the Netherlands at the moment. So we do happy that we made it online.
Yeah.
There's always like
I have
yeah, go on.
one more question before you
Sure.
guys go.
Sure.
So earlier, when I was creating the is it the resource group or so when it asks for your location, I'm in the US, and when I created my Azure instance, I picked East US, which is where I am. But when I came back to look at it, after I created the instance, the location changed to West Europe.
Oh, you know why? I know why location changed, because the container development, the workshop is aimed for the Western Europe. That's why the setup of dev container took place in the Western Europe. That's why it's happened. So it's not changed. It's the location of dev container. But so what you can do actually, so let's see how it's going to work. So we can keep the dev container in West Europe, and then for the rest pick up East US and see whether we have like any issues with it. So it's okay in your case if the dev container will be differently, but I'm not sure. Otherwise, it will be really, really hard to change because it's already an ARM template. So to fix an ARM template will be, let's say, a little bit longer.
No, so yeah, I was trying to say, so when I was creating the resource groups and asked for a location, I just used West Europe.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you if it would be a problem to use East US since it
so
says
normally,
West
like let me put this. So that's like normally it's better to keep it in one place, and normally the location should be linked to where you are, because that's exactly what could be the difference. Different region could has different amount of services available. For example, service available in Western Europe couldn't be available, I don't know, like in India, or it couldn't be available in US or something like this. So that could be
regulation.
Yeah, regulation as well. For example, but for regulation, US has separate cloud and separate, let's say, like resources, separate cloud space, and Germany as well. So that's why like Germany and US is better not to, because they have like health cloud and they have government cloud, but it's out of scope. Okay, so sorry, it's like it's a little bit.
Like he says that like you should be aware if you're processing data. So if you're doing a number of steps on data and the machine is in a certain country, then
it could be an issue. Yeah, it could be an issue.
Okay.
So there can be
generally keep it the same.
that says that data cannot leave a certain country.
Yeah. And also costs, because if your, for example, virtual machine take place in Europe, but you like blob storage and everything in US, and just the cost of
maybe latency could also happen indeed. If you made an endpoint in Western Europe and you're calling it from
US,
from California. Then...
Okay, so since the container is in West Europe and I changed my location to West Europe, just continue using West Europe for anything else I create. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was my question.
The best way. Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
You're welcome. We just like expanding our global footprint.
Well, for us, it's super important because when we started using the cloud and we would just click on, and it's so easy to create. I created a Kubernetes cluster. Okay, where? And what did you put in there? Please, watch out.
Yeah. Indeed. Cool. So we are here still for 4 minutes. I think like they are the most determined people that I see still working on things on a Saturday. Yeah, we answer this later. It could wait. Yeah.
I think we can close because.
No, we'll be closing in 3 minutes. Yeah. for us, it's also like a little bit like unusual timing. Usually we have workshops on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday after 6 o'clock, like our Amsterdam time. That's our usual time. But because it's like we are part of Global AI Workshop, the Global AI Bootcamp, we took this decision to have this. Yeah, but then it also was extended, but already so everything was scheduled, so we decided to go. Anyway, yeah. So for those who are interested, we have a next workshop. There will be advanced workshop. This is for those who are interested in tackling fairness in AI. So if you're a complete beginner in this field, we recommend first to go through the beginner workshop. We had it, and we have pointer from the previous event to it. So literally, there is a open source Python library called FairLearn. And the friend of us, she is one of the main contributors to this library, Hilde Weers. So she presented in November last year, she presented Introduction into Fairness in AI. And next will be in February, 23rd February evening. So it will be about deep dive into fairness. So exactly how to mitigate fairness in AI. That's the next event that is waiting for us after that.
Yeah.
So that's like a short notice. Yeah, it's 23. It's already published. So if you're interested, you can subscribe to it. Cool. Yay. You still have, if you have like any other questions, you still have time. And if you want to say something, like feel free to mute yourself. Whatever you want, you have still 2 minutes to shine. So feel free. Yeah, there's a question from Aiko. It's a question regarding Lab 3. What's the difference between deploying to an ACI and deploying to manage endpoints? The difference is that it's not, let's say, literally both are for testing purposes. Or even, let me rephrase it, ACI, deployment to ACI is mostly for testing purposes. It's not ready for production. Deploying to manage endpoints, this will be soon a production grade thing, soon, but still it's in preview. So there are different options how you can deploy your model. For testing purposes, usually for acceptance, we use in deployment to ACI, to Azure Container Instance. You also can deploy it to managed endpoints and test it in the same way. So yes, it could be done. But for production grade, if you need a production grade, there are other options. For example, deployment to Azure Community Service. And I do hope in the near future, there will be the managed endpoints as well. So far, managed endpoints are in preview. And as soon as they will not be in preview anymore, it will be production grade as well. But for now, if you know how to deploy to ACI or how to deploy to managed endpoints, it's just for the first steps, it's enough. So eventually, it's like just different types of compute available to deploy your models. But there are, trust me, there are much more options, depends on the requirements. Yeah. Okay. Then I think it's time for us to conclude our session for today. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being so patient. Of course, I have some hiccups, have some ups and downs, but I do happy to see that people at least started. So it's really, really great. So the materials will still be available. As mentioned, the subscription that you got, at least until the budget is there, you could use them. So yeah, and then links to Slack, to join Slack of PyLadies. It's global Slack with Help Me channel. It's there. And for the rest, we'll be really happy to see you in our next workshops. I don't know exactly when there will be next step when we could have an offline event, but we started online from March 2020, literally from March 2020. The whole 2020 was online. 2021 was online with exception of October events. It was offline. And then now we again with the online events. But anyway, somehow we pulled through. So also huge, I would say huge, a lot of applause to yourself, because for those who never work in the clouds, you made your first step today and you started doing really beautiful things.
Yeah.
So
I have something to say, one quick thing to say before you close.
Yeah, go on.
I wanted to ask, because I am in Netherlands here also. I'm doing my MSc in artificial intelligence. I'm almost done. So I just wanted to ask a quick question. Is there like where you guys can run a course or a program to help upcoming ML engineers? Because it's really tough outside school there. I mean, outside school.
Yeah. So what do we have already? If you go to our GitHub, we had materials actually and information about the bootcamp that we did last year. It was deploying machine learning models, and it was deploying machine learning models into flavors. We deployed batch, and we deployed near real time with Azure functions. So you can take a look there. So it's like, I would say, a really nice place to start with. And what we have else, and the rest as well on this Slack channel that you have, you can find also a lot of information, because the field of machine learning engineering is, I would say, rather new. Probably 3 or 4 years ago, nobody knew what machine learning engineering is doing. There are still a lot of people confusing about what is it. But in this case, machine learning engineer, for me personally, it's the person who is a software engineer with a little bit of data science knowledge, a little bit of machine learning knowledge, and this is a person who actually responsible for building our machine learning system. It's not only deployment of the machine learning system, but also building the whole system, making sure there is a way to retrain the models, like monitoring the models properly. And like, I could talk about this like for ages, because that's what I'm doing. That's my direct work. I'm a principal machine learning engineer, so that's what I'm doing every day, literally. So I would recommend to go to first to look at this materials of the bootcamp. We had all lectures written on YouTube. So the GitHub, I would say this is the points of information. I'm going to share the link to our GitHub in the Jitsi channel, so you can get back to it. 1 second. I want to share the right link, not the link to my work. Okay, so that's it. This is the link. So here you can find like more information. There are all workshops that we have. If this is a workshop after March 2020, it means that we have a video record of this workshop as well. So you have materials plus video records.
Yeah.
So take a look, feel free to investigate more. And who knows, probably in 1 year, you will be given a workshop for us, right?
I hope so.
We're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
My dear, that's conclude our session. Was a little bit out of time. So success and good luck with finishing your workshops. Yes. And you know where to find us. And the next event will be on 23rd of February. Okay, so then I need to...
Is it a follow-up of this or what? Is it a follow-up of this particular?
No, it's not the follow-up of this. It's the follow-up of the beginning introduction. The follow-up of introducing to fairness and to machine learning. But also you can find all information on the GitHub.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
So now I'm finalizing first and ending the stream. It also takes some time.